We are live. All right, we can go. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Global Consortium for Collaborative Research in Ayurveda. I'm going to begin by requesting Dr. Vandana who is our board of director, to 1 second. Some echo was coming. Sorry, I muted the other one. So welcome all. Once again, I'm going to request Dr. Vandana Paranwal, who is our board of director, to do the Ganesh Vandana and the incantation for today. Dr. Vandana.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha. The name of Bhagwan Ganapati is auspicious. He brings happiness, removes obstacles, and enlightens the path. Shuklambar Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasanna Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashante. Om. Prayer to Bhagwan Dhanvantari, God of Ayurveda. Namami Dhanvantari Madidevam Surasurair Vandit Pad Padmam Loke Jararuk Bhaymrityunasham Datar Misham Vividaushadinam. Om. As we start, I would like to announce housekeeping rules for today. For our eminent speakers, it is our humble request to please keep to the time of 15 minutes. Our timekeeper volunteer will remind you when 2 minutes left. Please plan to wind up and start final thoughts at that time. Please switch off your cell phone during the event, especially during your talk. Please be on mute and off video during the entire session, except while presenting. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Pratibha Shah to deliver the welcome address and get the session started. And let me introduce her first. Dr. Pratibha Shah, BMS, MD, Ayurveda, MPH, is an internationally renowned Ayurveda expert. She has more than 30 years of practice. For her work, she was nominated in the top 20 women of the year for the year 2014. Before moving to US in 2014, she was working as Chief Medical Officer with the Central Government of India in the Ministry of Ayush. In 2019, she was featured in an international documentary on Ayurveda. She is the founder president of 2 nonprofits, including Council for Ayurveda Research and a founding director of Ayurveda Anusandhan Abhiyan Foundation, India. She is CEO of My Ayurveda LLC. She currently practices in the greater Boston area, but has clientele throughout the world. Welcome, Dr. Pratibha.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana. On behalf of Council for Ayurveda Research, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all dignitaries, Ayurveda scholars, integrative experts, researchers, and all attendees who have joined us from around the world on day 2 of the Global Consortium for Collaborative Research in Ayurveda. Yesterday, we had a very successful session with the 100 plus live attendees, keynote address by our own Ayush Secretary, Dr. Kotecha ji, and a guest lecture by Dr. Abhimanyu Kumar ji, and many other stalwarts of Ayurveda. We have had 700 plus registrations so far, so it seems like the event is timely and is resonating with people in the Ayurveda fraternity. First, with your permission, I would like to introduce Council for Ayurveda Research as an organization very briefly, and then I will make an attempt to set the context for today. So Council for Ayurveda Research is a pioneering initiative to promote and establish Ayurveda as an evidence-based health science globally. One of our core goals is to create a platform for the exchange, interaction, and integration of information, competencies, expertise, and resources between apex academic institutions, researchers, practitioners, and students in US as well as in other countries to facilitate Ayurvedic research of the highest global standards. Our long-term goal is to become the nodal agency for Indo-US collaborations and initiatives for research in Ayurveda, with the ultimate aim of establishing Ayurveda globally as a credible healing science. So certainly we are not confined to India and US, definitely other countries as well. Headquartered in USA, we now also have a sister organization in India as of 2019 in the name of Ayurvidya Anusandhan Abhiyan Foundation. And our Bhishma Pitama of our fraternity, Dr. Ashok Vaidyaji, who has given us this name for our India chapter, is also here on the session today. Please check us out at www.ayurvedaresearchusa.org. Team, can you please admit people? Thank you. Now it is my immense pleasure and honor to introduce and set the context for day 2 of the Global Consortium. The event's primary objective is to bring thought leaders and subject matter experts on a shared platform, stimulate an open conversation, get exposed to different perspectives, and still find the common ground to connect, to provide a consensus direction or directions for future in terms of the right research strategies and methods, areas of innovation and specialization, and key factors for globalization. So today, just like yesterday, we are hoping to churn the pot. And on the 19th, we hope to bring the butter from yesterday and today to the closed-door meeting and make the amrit that will fuel us for the next decade, hopefully, and beyond. On the 19th, after deliberation between the invited experts, the consortium itself will be formed and the charter for the consortium will be finalized. So we already have invited mostly the speakers from the 2-day sessions and the industry round. So we are right now really full in terms of attendance capacity, but the proceedings from the closed door meetings will be shared. So with that, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhanji, who is not a stranger to anybody who is here. He has a long list of accomplishments and accolades that he has accumulated over his 40 plus years in the industry. So I'm going to try and make an attempt to give a very concise introduction to Dr. Bhushan Patwardhanji. So Dr. Bhushan Patwardhanji is a distinguished professor, Interdisciplinary School of Health Sciences, Savitribai Phule, Pune University in India. He has a PhD, FNASC, FNAMS. He has over 40 years experience in higher education, scientific research, and institutional governance. He's one of the top cited biomedical scientists who is fellow of National Academy of Sciences and National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. Until March 2021, he was vice chairman, University Grants Commission, and chairman, additional charge, Indian Council of Social Science Research, Government of India. Currently, he is chairman of the Interdisciplinary Research and Development Task Force on COVID-19 and member advisory committee constituted by the Ministry of Ayush. He is on the task force for the proposed WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine, member National Board of Examination and Lancet Citizens Commission, National Research Professor designated by the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, former Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, sorry, I have probably said that, member of several academic committees and policy-making bodies such as WHO Geneva Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, fellow national,
Thank you, Pratibha. Thank you.
founder,
Thank you very
editor-in-chief,
much.
I'm just right there, in chief of Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine, published by Elsevier, recipient of several orations, awards, and holds 8 Indian patents, 2 US patents, over 150 publications, and over 10,000 citations. So with that condensed bio, I would like to welcome Bhushan ji for his keynote address, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pratibha, Dr. Vandana, and all at the CAR. It's a very, very timely and wonderful activity which you have started. The Council for Ayurveda Research, which you are doing in USA, and this particularly the Global Consortium on Collaborative Research in Ayurveda, which you organized. I think that this will go a very long way. I like the term global consortium because when we talk about collaborative research, research cannot happen in isolation. It cannot happen in one particular college, in university, institution, country. So it cuts across. Research actually cuts across all the boundaries. And so the global consortium is extremely important, and collaborative research bringing come together. Actually, Pratibha ji, I had something else in mind to talk, but today, after listening to you and the initial remarks, I'm going to talk what comes from my heart. So
Please.
I'm not going to use any slides or anything, and please feel free. I'm starting my stopwatch now, and feel free to stop me if I extend my limit. See, COVID-19, Pratibha ji, has first time in the history has brought modern medicine and traditional medicine on the same level playing field. Well, otherwise, we always used to think that traditional medicine is something which is lagging behind in science, etc., etc. And evidence-based medicine, what we call it as modern medicine, it is not a monopoly today that we have realized during COVID time. Because both the systems have tremendous strengths and both the systems have severe limitations also. Especially during COVID time, we have understood and witnessed actually so many limitations of modern medicine or evidence-based medicine, what we talk about, because there was no evidence. We started when COVID is new to Ayurveda, COVID is new to modern medicine also. So when we started that, we realized that we are working based on the empirical evidence. Whether it is use of hydroxychloroquine or remdesivir or whatever, where was evidence, So everybody was working on, and that's why I said that we brought both the systems, and therefore it created huge opportunity for us. But what happened, that the allopathic system or modern medicine system, created some kind of a monopoly. And I could see in India, many competent Ayurvedic Vaidyas were not even able to reach to patients. Forget about treating them. There is no access also. And we had to really big effort in India. And I must compliment the efforts done by the whole team led by Rajeshji Kotecha, who must have talked about it yesterday. So my first point was when we talk about evidence, evidence comes from research. And research is not necessarily what we are able to measure in the laboratory, because what we see in the laboratory or measure in the laboratory essentially is extension of our senses. And there are several things which we are not able to capture with the current equipment. Our current scientific equipment and knowledge are not well equipped or prepared or ready to capture what you in Ayurveda are trying to convey. So there is a big mismatch, and when there is a mismatch, it is easy to undermine you. And that's what has been going on all over the world, that undermine traditional medicine in India, undermine Ayurvedic practitioners, Ayurvedic, and ask them what research you are doing, and humiliate them. But we in the process, we forget that doing research, I think as a scientist or as a researcher, it is the primary fiduciary responsibility of modern scientists to do research on Ayurveda or yoga or Siddha or Unani for that matter, anything, And we should not, I come from a modern science side, so I held myself responsible for this attitude there is attitude and hubris amongst the modern scientists, especially the biological field. We are full of hubris and we keep on asking you, what research you are doing. I have no business to ask you what research you are doing. I should do that research. I should take your help. I should understand what you are trying to tell me. When it comes to concept of Prakriti, Agni, Ojas, whatever those profound concepts are there in Ayurveda, I should be able to understand from you and then go back to my laboratory and see what I can do to extend my own knowledge horizons, to meet to this. And if we take this approach, I can tell you that modern scientists will get so many novel leads from Ayurveda. Like in case of Prakriti, just a small, simple experiment which we started in 2000, and the Ayush genomics, which we did in one small laboratory in my own department with the first PCR machine which was brought on the campus with just one gene. Today, that horizon has expanded so much, and institutes like IJIB, and I'm sure Bhavana is going to speak about it more later. So several others have taken that, and the entire new knowledge domain emerged just from one dot on the Systems Ayurveda poster, which you find when Dr. Julia will speak about, at her background, So it's just one small dot on that poster, so much of so here the collaboration comes in. And so modern scientists today, I can tell you that we all are grappling from new ideas, because there has been a saturation in modern science research as well. We are going round and round and round and round in the same circles. And I remember Frederick Jenner, when Jenner talked about it, and Nature Biotechnology covered it in their editorial, they said time has come now to change the language in biology. We don't understand. We don't understand so many things in biology. And there are so many clues available in Ayurveda to give us some leads. Now, concept of Agni, concept of Shatkriya, I can go on giving you so many examples in which collaborative research can happen. But we are doing research today which is much more superficial, which is much more drug related. And in the process, we are reducing Ayurveda to a merely drug discovery engine, This is good, we can come out with many, many good drugs from Ayurveda, but reducing Ayurveda to herbal drug is injustice to Ayurveda. So I feel that we really have to introspect, and I feel that the effort which you are doing by bringing disciplines together, and at the core, at the council is Ayurveda. So this will really give rise to a new domain of research, which is collaborative, but on equal footing. When we talk about collaborative, I am against taking just Ayurvedic investigator like we have spices or achar in our food, Means that approach we should make, it should cut across and they should become part of it. And Dr. Ashok Vaidya, who is all my mentor, he always tells me that you, without knowledge of Sanskrit, will always remain incomplete. And I am incomplete, I admit that, because the knowledge in my school, I was not taught Sanskrit to that extent. So I was not having that profoundness or that insight, those insights which come purely because of the language, I lack in it. But because I lack in it, I get connected with people like you more and more, and I try to understand that more and more. But for that purpose, we have to keep our egos aside. Whether it is Ayurveda or whether it is modern medicine or science, that ego we must keep aside, and the integration will emerge when we forget about our so-called, what we call it in our own turfs. So we should not convert research into war of turfs or medicine into war of turfs. It is about people. So we should focus more on what people need and not what allopathy can give or Ayurveda can give. Whatever is good in those systems, we should be able to bring it together. We should be able to do research, do documentation if you are not able to do. No, and the research notion also I would like to challenge. Research is not something only what happens in the laboratory. Research happens every day in our own life. Every day when you are clinic, every patient before you are doing some kind of a research, But we lack in documentation. A wonderful opportunity created by Ministry of Ayush by way of clinical case study repository. I'm sorry, it has not been used by our own fraternity to the great extent. When I visited that recently, there are hardly any case deposited. Why can't we deposit? That itself can emerge as a major evidence base for practice of Ayurveda. And this will be a major, because this repository is not limited only to Indian practitioners. It is open to all. And I know in US, you guys are doing wonderful work. Many of your members must be having their clinics full, and they must be handling patients of very, very challenging nature. So why can't we just document those and put it in this kind of a repository, so that repository itself becomes the one kind of a major component of the evidence pyramid, what we talk about. So this is what I wanted to talk. I'm going to really now wind up. 10 minutes are getting over, and I think that my main message that collaboration is essential. When we do collaboration, we have to do it on an equal footing. There is nobody superior, nobody inferior. We have to respect each other's, and we have to consider the epistemology of every system. Science cannot be used at the convenience of science only. That's what we are doing today. We are using science for our own convenience, undermining the needs of those systems which come from different epistemologies. So the methodology we should not blindly follow. In some system, in some methodology, modern systems are great. In some methodology we have to evolve. We don't have those methodologies. We have to develop those methodologies, and then do it. But just because there are no methodology, if we say that we don't want to do research, that is another extreme. So this kind, and the message from our own leaders, right from Charaka, is very, very clear. So accepting knowledge from any system has been our learnings in Ayurveda. So we don't have to become dogmatic. We have to be open-minded. We have to be inquisitive. And we have to take science and technology together. And at the same time, over-obsession to evidence, also has to be controlled, because I don't think today's path on which today's modern medicine is moving on evidence-based so-called is on the right path. And COVID has openly opened those deficiencies in the whole system. So with this, your effort is very timely. I'm sure it will be successful. And I'm there with you and your group of CAR, anything, whatever is needed for the common objective and common interest in the best interest of the people and the community. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to speak to all of you. And I was amazed to see the success of this event. 700 plus registration, you have that speaks quite a lot. So the CAR has a bright future, and I'm happy that I'm part of it. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Bhushanji. We met, I think, a few years ago, and there was an immediate sense of commonality, and it continues even today. So before I say anything else, I want to make sure I commit you for tomorrow. Do we have a commitment for your presence tomorrow?
Yes, certainly. I am going to be there, and I'll join in time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I'll just quickly say one word, and then maybe Ashok ji, I see on video, maybe Ashok ji can say a couple words, because we have about 5 minutes. You have finished early, but you did suggest interaction. So I will just maybe just say a couple words, and then I'm going to invite Dr. Vaidya ji. So I think you have made so many hard-hitting points, and all of them are so real and so true. I think I'll just pick on two. One is COVID-19 has leveled the playing field, which is a fact, right? Because whatever we used to define as evidence is something we all were on the same playing field. It was not that modern medicine had any extra evidence on it. In fact, they learned on the go. Second thing, which I have probably mentioned in the past couple of days, is that we say, apples and oranges, and that is the example I took yesterday, that for a long time we have been told that the only fruit available is orange. And all of the other fruits have been trying to look like oranges, which obviously is not going to be the right way to go about. So I think we have to recognize that we are not oranges, and we have to stop trying to be an orange as an Ayurveda fraternity, and recognize who we are, and be confident and be whole in who we are, and present ourselves in that manner without losing our, strengths and unique characteristics that we have. So those are the like two main thoughts that came, but I'll let Dr. Vaidya kind of chime in on this whole thought process.
Thank you, Pratibha.
Ji.
I think Bhushan has really triggered the right point. It is very vital that we must recognize the hubris, but there can be reverse hubris too. Ayurveda is complete, Ayurveda is perfect, we don't need to learn is also reverse hubris. So one has to be careful in countering hubris by hubris. And that's a very important point which I think CAR is emphasizing, because Krishno hi loko buddhimatam acharya shatruscha buddhimatam. The whole world is our teacher. But if we are aware of others' hubris and we avoid our hubris and we develop mutual respect of different expertise and different epistemologies, as Bhushan said, I think that we'll open up dialogues. And that's what Rama, Madam, has started inter-system dialogues on PCOS. It has been a grand success. Modern experts sitting with Siddha, sitting with Ayurvedic people, sitting with homeopathy, now with yoga, and also Unani. I think the amazing dialogue has happened. So I agree with Bhushan that dialogue is the right way to develop mutual trust. And I'm sure that the way you people are trying to present through CAR to the Western world, we did not play to their tune or their pipe. We are not playing, because Ayurveda is a much bigger universe than modern medicine even currently is. And we are sometimes fighting shy of the spiritual foundation of Ayurveda. And I was glad that yesterday it was mentioned that Deva Pashe, Satvavajay, and that these are neglected areas. Mantra Chikitsa, even Marma Chikitsa. And so what Bhushan is rightly emphasized, that new methods have to be developed. And new methods require new thinking. And new thinking is occurring in the fields of neuroscience, in fields of consciousness, in field of unified field theory, quantum theory, but we did not borrow them. And he rightly emphasized, last point I would like to say that there is nothing except clinical experience as a supreme evidence. Because ultimately the proof of the pudding is in eating. If the patient has become better, patient has improved significantly by subjective and objective criteria, we did not all the way invoke placebo. So experiential evidence, as Bhushan often says, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And I think that he has rightly put the discussion in a proper perspective, and we will look forward to more from other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is exactly a very apt opening to day 2 of the consortium. I think that is the whole objective, that churn the thoughts, bring in clarity and confidence and conviction, direction. So I think Bhushan ji couldn't have had a better start to day 2. Thank you so much for really hitting the nail on the head on so many different, very pertinent aspects. So thank you so much. Really appreciate
Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Yes.
And
I
thank you,
think
Dr.
this was,
Vaidya, for those precious words. Dr. Vaidya, thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Vaidya, thank you so much. And with that, I would like to invite Dr. Archana to introduce our featured speaker, guest speaker for today, Dr. Geeta Krishnanji.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste.
It's my pleasure to introduce Vaidya Geeta Krishnan. He's my guru, my guide, and my advisor. Dr. Krishnan is Technical Officer at the Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine, TCI unit of the World Health Organization, WHO, at Geneva. He's responsible for developing global goods, supporting norms and standards of traditional medicine systems such as Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and Yoga. With a view of providing self-healthcare tools for health promotion, he is also developing the M-Yoga app, mobile app for WHO. As a clinician, he has more than 2 decades of experience, of which 9 years was spent heading one of the most prestigious integrative medicine facilities in India. He also has several research projects and publications to his credit. Dr. Krishnan is a key member of the Ayush-based COVID-19 response task for the Government of India, as well as organizer of several clinical trials on COVID internationally and within India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Archana, for giving me this nice introduction. First of all, let me thank the Global Consortium of Collaborative Research in Ayurveda for having invited me.
Sir, sorry.
I know.
Sorry.
You know. So I am at home and there is a car which is parked outside, which somebody had, opened the door and it's alarm has started.
It's gone. Yeah. Thank you.
I hope that it doesn't come back, but it has been repeating for some time for the past 5 minutes. Anyway, that's okay. Let us see how it goes forward. So coming back to the question of what we are discussing here, the Global Consortium on Collaborative Research in Ayurveda is one of the most thought process that you can have at this moment for Ayurveda. I think so because it's a time for us to start looking back at research from a broader perspective, sometimes at very specific areas, which needs to be addressed. When I say this, I'm not trying to say that I know all, but I have been in research and I have been out of research for some time. So therefore, when you are in something deeply and then you are out of it because of and you are asked to look at research from a global perspective, you come across certain let us say unique observations, and that's what I would like to present here. So I was reading through the brochure which the Global Consortium of Collaborative Research in Ayurveda had sent across, and I found that we are trying to find out where should we be doing research, what are the kind of research that we should be doing, whether it should be herbal medicine research, whether it should be clinical medicine, integrative medicine, etc. And this kind of a list of things. But what I think for the past few months is that we should stop and start asking why we should do research. Now, the question is not saying that, as Dr. Vaidya right now said, that it is not out of hubris, that Ayurveda is full and, there is nothing more that you can add to it, therefore we don't need research. My question is, in which direction do we want to go by doing research is something which you need to take a clear call upon. It is not because we are sitting in a research council or because we are sitting in a medical institution where research is possible that we should be doing research. Research should be for a definite outcome. I agree that, long-term outcome researches like what Dr. Bhavna or what Dr. Bhushan mentioned about the genome concepts in Ayurveda being researched, or the Agni concept in Ayurveda being researched, microbiome being researched and correlated to Ayurveda. Those are all long-term research. I agree with it. But I'm talking about real short-term research. Why are we doing research and what kind of an impact does it have? is very important, and that is more so visible, or that was more so visible during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was no longer possible to do some kind of research, because like you look at the councils of Ayurveda, or even research projects done by Ayurvedic institutions or even integrative medicine institutions across the globe, there was an end point, and we wanted to find out something. When did we stop doing that kind of a research? Like, we might be doing a research because there is a possibility of a certain kind of patients coming to a particular clinic, and we continue to collect data on them and try to give an intervention. But are we doing research because we are expecting that intervention to really effectively change the life of those patients who are coming to us in large numbers? If so, are we ready to share those information to other people, so that more and more people start using those techniques and intervention technologies, and develop and improve upon it, and claim and become better, better physicians, including ourselves? I don't see that. I have been seriously looking at this, and I find that as a major problem within the Ayurvedic community, and I think that needs to be corrected. I really think that needs to be corrected, because without that, without focused research, without an outcome-based research, without the capability to inform others what you are doing exactly, so that others could also replicate it and improve upon what you have already come out with, there is no research and there is no progress. And that is something which I have understood the difficult way, and looking at things and finding resources being wasted, resources being improperly utilized, etc. And this is the right time for a consortium of global nature to emerge and talk about this. Because if you don't talk about this, we are never going to address this. And this is one of the major things which I think any consortium, like I will be speaking in different, I will be helping out different organizations to do whatever is possible in this direction. And of course, Global Consortium is a major player in that, in my mind space. So I think I will be able to work together with you in this area. But this is one thing which I really think, to give you an example, do you want to do the same kind of a research in United States of America as that you are doing in India? Is it the same kind of outcome that you are expecting in US, and the same kind of outcome that you are expecting in India? Why are we doing a research for efficacy of a non-Ayurvedic program or an intervention in India? Because you are not expecting anybody outside the Ayurvedic fraternity to be practicing it. You should be actually in India looking for how it is effective, what are the modalities of it, how it is working in the body. Whereas in United States of America, you should be finding out areas where you could really integrate into the system in United States of America and prove that it is safe to add a modality, it is effective to add a modality, and it is beneficial to the patient in terms of outcome as well as in economics, in terms. So these are the kind of research divisions that we have, and we sometimes unfortunately mix it up so much that we do the kind of effectiveness study in India and the safety, probably the how to do study in USA. I'm not saying that it should not be done, but that is where collaboration comes in. That is where the idea of what is being useful and effective in India and what is being useful and effective in United States of America can come together and create a global picture which can really benefit Ayurveda to advance. And that is something which I find missing, even though there are studies and there are progressions in that direction in certain areas. I really would like to see more of it, like the current study on COVID, which I heard Dr. Rajesh Kotecha mentioning yesterday, between London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and the Aldi Institute of Ayurveda on post-COVID syndrome, a very pertinent issue faced by UK and is going to be faced by Indian citizens also. So do we have an answer for it? Of course, Dr. Bhushan was the person who had been confident enough to push the entire scientific data of of ashwagandha to be the primary focus for management of COVID or prophylaxis of COVID. And then we have evolved a lot of information out of it. And then we were able to spread it across the globe, like it's global research study that is happening. But is that kind of a study happening in many places? There is an excellent neurology-based institute which uses Ayurveda for the management of neurodegenerative disorders in Germany. Are we finding a similar kind of a mirror image of that being researched in United States of America? Are we finding that kind of a mirror research happening in Switzerland, where Ayurveda is already available to be practiced? Are we doing the same kind of a study in India and trying to find out what really is going on behind it? What is the background? How much deep we can go into the Ayurvedic science to understand the small changes that we make in diet, how it is affecting the patient? Are we doing that? I don't see that happening. So I think this consortium should really sit back once and, before you start moving and walking, and even before you stand, please sit down together and decide why we are doing research. Then you decide what kind of why you are going to do research in any specific geographic, socio-political condition and regulatory environment. This is very important. Why you are doing research, which is the area you are going to do research, which is the regulatory framework of that place, how much Ayurveda is available there, what is the possibility of delivering Ayurveda to people in those areas. These are the things which you should think about first before you take up the big bandwagon of moving forward with research, because that has already been happening. It has widely spread. Everyone knows that Ayurveda needs research. Everyone knows that Ayurveda needs the right kind of research, but we need to know why we are doing this, going to do research, to find out what is the right kind of research at the right kind of a place. I think with this, I would like to just mention what WHO is doing in the area of traditional medicine. WHO is trying to help traditional medicines to be accepted, in a better manner by member states. So, in the beginning, WHO thought of traditional medicine as a valuable source of pharmaceutical products or source of information for new pharmaceutical leads. That is what WHO was looking at. And then around 1978, along with the Alma-Ata Declaration, around that time it changed to understanding that traditional medicine is a major part in delivering the idea of health to the community. And it was also accepted that the traditional medicine practitioners are a very important part in achieving the health for all goal by the year 2000. So that is what the Alma-Ata Declaration said. But after 40 years of it, we are still not achieved that, and we now have a new name for this health for all goal, which is called as a universal health coverage goal, or it's part of the SDG goals of the United Nations. So we have reorganized ourselves to reach a new goal, but the goal almost remains the same. And WHO is transforming and understanding that everything that is coming from a laboratory and transferred to a few animals and then transferred to a man or a woman and then few people and then put into a population is not going to be working exactly. It's actually realizing that, and then it's also realizing that people who are entrenched in their community, what we can maximum do is empower them. We can give them resources, we can teach them, we can train them and allow them to have their own resources to be utilized for their own health. That's something which WHO is understanding, and based on that, WHO is making major decisions on traditional medicine. So right now we are trying to help member states to utilize traditional medicine by developing training documents, which we call as the benchmark document, which is a consensus-based document which brings together the best practices of training in Ayurveda together and presents it to the member states of WHO. We are also bringing together a document for the best practices of regulating or conducting clinical practice, which we call as the benchmark for practice in Ayurveda. And we are also developing like standard terminology documents for Ayurveda, which is because, like we understand that there is a lot of communication happening and there is a lot of misconceptions within the Ayurvedic fraternity itself that actually spills over to other people who tries to understand Ayurveda on what several terminologies and of Ayurveda are, and and how they are interconnected. So we are trying to create a standard terminology for Ayurveda. We are working on the modules of Ayurveda to be included into the ICD-11, which is going to be published in 2022, but the Ayurveda module is supposed to be included in it by 2024. We are establishing intra-governmental agency for developing consensus in regulatory framework of herbal medicine. We are also developing an international pharmacopoeia for herbal medicine. We have for the first time gone into actual delivery of a global good, which is useful for the people, which by developing a app for appropriate practice of yoga. We call that the Yoga application, and it has been hugely popular. And over and above all, WHO, along with Government of India, along with the support of Government of India, is actually establishing the Global Center for Traditional Medicine, and that is going to happen in India. So, like WHO is doing considerable amount of work, considering the fact that, for almost about 40 years, it was dredging in the entire in the ecosystem of WHO, and now it is slowly speeding up. And I hope that in the next 10 years we have around 16 member states of WHO who accept or regulate Ayurveda at this particular moment. And I think in the next 10 years or so, we should at least have around 50 member states of WHO who will be regulating Ayurveda. And that is the direction which I think the world is moving. The member states are accepting it, and WHO is working towards it. So with this, I think that I have covered most of the things which I wanted to say. And I think I also covered my time limit, and nobody rang the bell. So probably some more time is available. But anyway, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I hope that the consortium will do a great job. And I am happy to offer my possible support as long as like wherever I am. So thank you so much for this opportunity once again, and thanks to all of you for listening to me.
Thank you, Gita ji. I think we lost your video. Gita ji, yeah, thank you. Oh, you're on mute now. Thank you so much for covering so many important points as far as research is concerned. We have to first define what research is, what exactly do we want before we all head to do research. So I think that that's a very valuable point you have highlighted today, and you've also covered what WHO is doing. So that's really helpful for all of the Ayurveda fraternity experts who are here today. We are certainly going to request you to be there tomorrow, because this is, it's a very sincere and mindful effort to do that in-house thinking that you have also mentioned, hopefully to consolidate thoughts as a collective rather than individual bodies, which I think the time is right and it's probably much needed before we continue to move forward, because we are in a very interesting time zone where Ayush has emerged as a very strong body. We all know that with Dr. Kotecha ji, our own secretary, a lot of things have changed, a lot of quantum leaps have happened. COVID-19, as Dr. Bhushan ji said, has leveled the playing field, because modern medicine, which was always there for all emergencies, we all know that there were a lot of gaps. So other non-traditional or traditional, depending on how you look at it, systems have come forward and have been looked at, have been sought by the consumers also. So I think for many reasons, the time is right. It's important to consolidate as a fraternity, as a unit. So hopefully we are trying to facilitate that tomorrow. It's a mammoth task, as you can imagine, but with the right intention and with the sincerity, I hope we can achieve some progress there. So thank you so much once again for coming, despite I know you had some circumstances. So thank you so much. Really appreciate your time, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow as well. So with that, I would like to invite Dr. Vandana or Dr. Vandana or Dr. Mahadevan.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, sorry. Yes, Dr. Mahadevan, please let's go ahead and introduce our next speaker.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to find. Okay, thank you.
No, I think we
Huh?
lost him there. 1 second.
No, he's there. He's in spotlight right now.
No, he's not. Now he is.
He is.
Okay. Hi, namaste. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ram Manohar. He's the research director of Amrita School of Ayurveda, and he has been honored with several awards for contribution to Ayurveda integrative medicine and for positioning Ayurveda as a whole medical system. So without much ado, I'll let Dr. Ram Manohar take over from here. So you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm honored by this invitation and very happy to share my thoughts today. It's a very important initiative, this Global Consortium for Ayurveda Research. Let me also get into my talk, considering the limited time that we have. I hope you're all able to see my slides.
Yes,
so I wanted to talk today about appropriate methods for clinical research in Ayurveda. This is just, setting some thoughts. It's not a very elaborate methodological discussion, but rather, some food for thought and, some provocations on what strategies we should take. So if you look at the evidence pyramid, this is all familiar to us. From background information, expert opinion to systematic reviews of clinical trials. It's an edifice that is being built through modern scientific research. But when it comes to Ayurveda, let me begin by asking this question: where is Ayurveda in terms of clinical evidence? And I think we must keep a few points in mind here. Are we talking about drug sources or formulations that are being introduced into practice for the first time? Or are we talking about formulations and drugs that are already in practice? Because this distinction, I think, is very important to talk about strategies for clinical research. See, for drugs and formulations that are being introduced for the first time into Ayurvedic clinical practice, very elaborate studies are definitely needed. Ayurvedic texts also say that an unknown medicine is like poison. Aushadam hi anabhijnadam. It's like poison, weapon, lightning, or fire, and can cause untold harm. So very elaborate studies, and my own little exploration, I realized that it takes sometimes 25 years, 50 years before a new plant is introduced into the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia. Elaborate study of the nomenclature, identification, properties, formulations, and applications. These are studied, over a long period of time before they are recommended for use, even much more than the 13-year timeline that we have for development of a modern drug. But on the other hand, for formulations that are already in use, what we need is feedback from clinicians, pharmacovigilance, and practice-based evidence. I think we have not really made this correct distinction, and we are mixing up approaches and sometimes using the wrong strategies in the wrong place. That is what I would like to highlight today. Are we then chasing the unachievable by trying to create the so-called evidence? Like if you look at PubMed, you have totally about 7,000 and odd research publications. And if you narrow down to clinical trials, there are only 177. when is it that we are going to create, convert all the Ayurvedic knowledge into the form of evidence that will be acceptable today, that will find a place, in databases like PubMed? I think this is a unrealistic target. Do we really need to do that? Of course, where we are developing new approaches, new methods, we must follow this path. If you look at Scopus, again, 11,986 documents related to Ayurveda, but we narrow down to actual research articles, it gets reduced to 8,508. And this is in comparison with billions of records available for medical research. And this is so trivial, even if we look at other systems like TCM yeah. So on the other hand, if you look at the codified knowledge of Ayurveda itself, which is also evidence of another kind, this is quite overwhelmingly enormous, and we are not fully tapped into it. Now, here is a representation of Ayurvedic literature through the millennia, representing the entire geographical landscape of India and all the important chronological time periods in its evolution. This is quite enormous. I came to know from some scholars that less than 90% of the total manuscripts, codified manuscripts, have actually been studied, carefully, or are available, for access. The entire knowledge of Ayurveda is based on about 10% of the total manuscripts available. We have a great tradition of codified knowledge, codified writings. And when we try to, I'm not saying that is evidence enough for today's world, but we should build upon that. It's not like we are doing completely new research. So how do we convert centuries of codified knowledge practiced through generations into modern scientific evidence? If we were to do it in the current conventional way, doing RCTs 13 years for every intervention that we are, actually using in practice, it will take a big fortune and centuries to complete this process. So new drugs and formulations definitely have to go through this kind of research, but those that are documented in text and in practice needs a different strategy to generate evidence. And I would like to say that here pharmacovigilance, practice-based outcome reporting, and comparative effectiveness studies based on what is already documented in the text and what is already practiced, that should be our strategy. So this kind of a practice-based evidence is what we need for drugs that are already, Then comes the question, what then about RCTs, systematic reviews and meta-analysis? Yes, we can do this for sampling and for building bridges between mainstream medicine and Ayurveda. We definitely need to do such kind of studies also to show that Ayurveda can be rigorously evaluated, but it will not be exhaustive. It is not possible to cover the entire gamut of Ayurvedic practices using such methodologies, just because of the money, time, effort needed, lack of suitability of the methodologies to these whole system complex therapies. I don't think this is the way to generate the primary evidence that Ayurveda needs today. This is just the icing on the cake. It is the topping up. This is more for a dialogue between modern science and Ayurveda, but this cannot be the primary mode of engagement, of the Ayurvedic fraternity to convert the traditional codified evidence into a form that modern scientists can understand. And on the other hand, case reports, case series, observational studies would be more relevant for generating evidence from clinical practice, and rigorous guidelines for clinical case reports need to be developed. I think we must focus on strengthening these modalities of, generating and reporting clinical evidence, bringing in more rigor. I would suggest that we should also have systematic reviews of clinical case reports, trying to strengthen and bring in more rigor in the way clinical outcomes are reported. And even study methods for observational, research designs can be made more rigorous. And I will be just showing one or two models before I conclude. But because for lack of time, I'm not going into details of these methodologies. So what we require is actually a mosaic of approaches. with exemplary RCT systematic reviews and meta-analysis in specific areas to demonstrate core strengths of Ayurveda, where those methodologies are suitable and applicable, so that we can build bridges and have dialogues with modern scientific community. But on the other hand, the preliminary evidence from ongoing clinical practice that has to be really upscaled and made much more rigorous. And this, I think, has this kind of a mosaic of approach dealing with both the existing practices where drugs and formulations have been in use for thousands of centuries, along with the new innovations that are being made, new formulations, new herbs being discovered and incorporated into Ayurveda. We need to define a mosaic of approach, clinical research approaches that will make this more complete and effective. So I would like to also share innovative methodologies are possible. I was involved in a very interesting clinical research RCT design, where we tweaked the design a little bit to accommodate Ayurveda in its complexity, where individualization as well as dynamic modification of the treatments during a clinical trial, which is usually not allowed and not done, was made possible by this clinical trial. And this study, for the first time in rheumatoid arthritis, I think it's one of the few studies which showed that Ayurvedic treatment outcomes could be compared with that of the standard of care. And this study design also got attention of certain critics in Western medicine who are very critical of complementary and alternative medicine. So this is an example of how we can have dialogues. And it also won a recognition of the European Society of Integrative Medicine. There's been another similar study done by the Charité Medical University with support from Ministry of Ayush. So such studies are very much possible and should be done. But when it comes to actual clinical practice, I'm not sure whether RCTs should be the mainstay, and we have to look at alternatives. And I would like to propose a couple of alternatives which have been suggested also by modern researchers, like a model called retrospective treatment outcome study, which is an observational study design. And I'm not able to go into the details. I have just 3 more minutes. But it's important to at least consider these terms, RPO and CPO, which is a prognosis outcome, comparison of prognosis outcome research design. These are all alternative methods which are designed and suited for traditional systems of medicine and are not as expensive and cumbersome, and are relevant when you're talking about treatments that are already in place. And there we need comparative effectiveness because they are all practice and there are preliminary reports of their efficacy. So now I would like to conclude, just 2 minutes, that we need to propose an alternative evidence pyramid from Ayurveda. And I would like to refer to our old tradition, where evidence means bringing Shruti, Yukti, and Anubhava together. And on this basis, we can propose 4 levels of evidence. And I propose that this could be a model. This could, of course, be by greater brainstorming, can be refined and developed further. But I'm just putting some basic ideas for further thinking. And I will conclude in 2 minutes. So Shruti is the textual evidence. Yukti is, rationale or understanding the mechanism of action. It was in ancient times through Ayurvedic methodology, understanding the rationale. Today, we could also use modern biological understanding of mechanism of action. And then Anubhava, clinical evidence. So according to our old Shastric tradition, when Shruti, Yukti and Anubhava come together, then we have the highest level of evidence. So that's what I'm trying to present here. We have textual evidence, which is level 4. And when you have textual evidence with Yukti or rationale, then we can call that as level 3. If we have textual evidence with evidence of, from clinical practice or clinical evidence, that could be level 2. And when we have, all the 3 together, we can consider that as level 1 evidence according to Ayurveda. And these can again be further stratified. Level 1A, when you have, all the 3, but supported by systematic reviews, meta-analysis. Level 1B when we have RCTs, level 1C non-randomized trials, level 1D observational studies, level 1E case series, case reports. So we can bring in more granularity. Ayurveda level 2 evidence, textual reference and clinical evidence. We don't have all the three. Then again we can divide them into level 2A, B, C, D. I'm not going into details. I have almost completed my time. Ayurveda level 3 evidence, where we have textual reference and rationale, but not yet clinical evidence. Here we can divide it into level 3A, 3B, in vivo, ex vivo, in vitro at one level, in silico at the other. And finally, Ayurveda level 4 evidence, where we have only textual reference. And this, if it is from Brihatrayis or the bigger classics, we give it slightly higher weightage. And if it is from other texts, we give it a lower weightage. In this way, we could reconstruct the Ayurvedic pyramid of evidence for practices that are already existed. And then for new drugs, we can sync with modern, evidence. And this is a kind of mosaic of approaches where we base on our own tradition, where we do our homework ourselves and then link with modern research. I think this would be a very desirable way to move forward. And let me conclude. I've just taken 15 minutes as required by the organizers. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Namaste.
Ram Manohar ji, fantastic. Thank you so much. Our speaker session has begun. So unfortunately, because we have so many speakers today, we really have to keep on a tight timeline. Ram Manohar ji, what can I say? You have done a fantastic job once again. So many pearls of wisdom. I think we will be taking a lot of inputs from your presentation and your thoughts. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I know you have to be on another session, but please stay till as long as you can. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. All of this will be brought to the Manthan tomorrow. So thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to now invite our next speaker, Dr. Julia Arnold. All right. And again, due to time constraints, we are really down to very minimal introduction. So pardon us, apologies in advance. I would like to invite Dr. Julia Arnold for the next presentation. She is PhD in experimental pathology, MS in Maharshi Ayurveda and integrative medicine, and she has been working in the cancer research field for over 40 years. Very, very impressive. Thank you, Dr. Julia. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see the slides?
Not yet. You have to share your screen.
Here we go. Now it's good?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Pratibha. You've done a great job getting this meeting together, all the organizing, and I really feel humbled to be part of the platform with so many experts and thought leaders in Ayurveda. This is a disclaimer. I'm part of the NCI, but these are all my opinions, and this talk is all questions. I have no answers, so help me out with these questions. So again, as a background, I'm coming from a perspective of a reductionist scientist watching the expansion of cancer research over the last 40 years. And I also have had a 30-year interest in Ayurveda, and I recently finished a master's in Ayurveda program. So in my current position, I read hundreds of grants for cancer research, and I've seen amazing progress in the development of targeted cancer therapies. But there's some things missing in all of these questions, and some of these questions may be able to be answered and reflected on by Ayurveda, like concepts like prakriti may add to our understanding of physiology and pathology and give us potential directions for Ayurveda research. So I'll start with a few slides as an intro to prakriti, as some may not be familiar that much. And then we'll offer research questions on incorporating prakriti into clinical trials, using database analyses to determine genomics and epigenetics of prakriti, and even potential doshic properties of cellular mechanisms. So the concept pivotal to Ayurveda is that different people have different psychosomatic constitutions of mind and body types, or prakriti. So all of nature, all of the universe, our bodies are made of the same things, these principal elements of, let's see, I can get a pointer here. Principal elements of space and air, earth, water, and fire. And these principal elements are in turn combined to become dosas or body types for such as the combination of space and air becomes the vata body type. The pitta body type or dosha is a combination of fire and water. And then the kapha incorporates the earth and water elements. And the aim of Ayurveda is to maintain balance within these different parts of our body. Here's an example of different body types for pitta, kapha, and vata. And so we try to maintain the balance because the imbalances can lead to inflammation and disease. So Ayurveda would treat patients according to their body type. So I like to use analogies because a lot of this is kind of not understandable. So I give lectures to students and I like to think about the doshas as parts of a car. So we have in a car, we have the body, we have the main structure and function of the body, and that's sort of the kapha component. We also have the pitta component or the engine, the dynamism, the metabolism, the transformation that happens in our bodies. And then the vata component is the movement, the energy, the neurological functioning and directions, where are we going? So all of these come together to make our particular, what we call prakriti, and which one of these is dominant or less, or not so dominant. And then how would we know what our particular prakriti is? So traditionally, prakriti is assessed subjectively by Ayurvedic physicians, usually by pulse diagnosis or some other diagnostic criteria. Questionnaires can also be used that may include different parameters, including your morphological features, what your routine is like, what your digestion is like, and those kinds of things. So their characteristics and qualities of these different dosas have been characterized by Ayurveda, all of the qualities, vata, the qualities of pitta, qualities of kapha. And then what does your body look like when it's in balance? And what is it like when, like, for instance, vata is balanced, vata is imbalanced? So these are some of the criteria that you would experience if any of these particular dosas were imbalanced. So basically one person's prakriti could either be a single dosha or mostly a combination. Maybe you have part of vata and pitta or part of vata and kapha. So it's based on the individual's prakriti that can determine how they would respond to the external environment, including susceptibility to diseases or responses to drugs. So how can prakriti contribute to and integrate into cancer research? First of all, can we add prakriti assessment to clinical trials? So if we had say an example clinical trial for a cancer drug, and it kind of gave an example like this hypothetical Kaplan-Meier curve of survival over time, could we sort out the responders and the non-responders by considering prakriti? This is, again, very hypothetical, and say that this particular curve was all the vata patients. Why did they do better? What is different about them? What is involved in the response for that treatment arm? So that would be one way to look at it. Another way is, can prakriti be used for patient selection, to stratify patients in treatment arms in clinical trials? We appreciate that in clinical trials, we know that men may respond differently than women. And we also have separate trials for children. We don't expect them to respond like adults. So here again, we're looking at something else. We're looking at prakriti. Would a vata person respond differently than a kapha person to some treatment? And how do we understand that? And what can we learn from that? So if we did see a response, if we did get a clinical response and it was influenced perhaps by vata, we see, okay, there's some connection there. What would that be? What would be the potential quantitative mechanistic data that you could actually measure? Would there be biomarkers of increase of vata or decrease of kapha or something? Can we actually measure that? Because, and I know you don't want to go into these details, but we can really learn from Ayurveda by being able to add these components to analyses. So And another question is kind of out there, how do we standardize the assessment of Prakriti? And that's by pulse diagnosis, sometimes questionnaires, sometimes algorithms, but across clinical trials, we'd have to learn how to standardize all of that. Okay, so going back to this chart, if we took the patient biospecimens from this patient group and did a gene expression analysis, would we be able to find distinct profiles that could reflect the different patient Prakritis? This is another hypothetical data set. We could potentially see upregulation or downregulation of the specific gene clusters underneath each dosha. So would we be able to add this component to understanding some large data sets that we could correlate the genotypes and phenotypes to the Prakriti of the patients? And then kind of the other way around, can we validate the molecular basis of body constitution or Prakriti by genomic, epigenomic expression files? We could get some great information if we could start to understand Prakriti on the molecular level and kind of line it up with what we already know molecularly, and potentially give some insight into disease processes. And even, I think there's a potential to find emergent pathways that we don't even look at now. It's not under the light post with the light, we're looking for the key under the light post, but it might be over someplace else where we're really going to find the answer. So, and I know there's a ton of work already done in this field of ayurgenomics. Dr. Patrodhan many years ago started, and we heard yesterday a brilliant example of research by Dr. Bhavana Prashar on the establishing this Ayurvedic genomic approach for molecular correlates of Prakriti. So another way to think about this might be challenging a little bit, but we've spent billions of dollars on collecting almost petabytes of data from ongoing research studies. It's all in the public domain. All of these different systems are in the public domain. We have so many analyses of trials of determining causes of cancer or even other diseases. This talk is not just for cancer, but any kind of healthcare. And a lot of it is about, I have two populations, one responded, one didn't. What's the difference? And we'll dig deep into all of the expression genes and epigenetics and what's the immune system doing. But so all of this is out there and you can get to it. It's all the Cancer Genome Atlas, all of these different databases, we can get to it. But could we go into those databases and glean from those data sets something that would indicate Prakriti? If we began to understand if you could classify different genes as different doshas, that's the next slide, but could we build some algorithms of Prakriti factors to include in our data analysis? And could we even go back into some healthcare records and sort of back decipher what the Prakriti was? Maybe they have something about body frame, disease propensities, BMI, or face or bone structure. And then an example of this might be this All of Us research program, which is an ongoing project here in the US, which they are engaging a group of about 1 million or more US participants to come and share their biological samples, their genetic data, what their diet and lifestyle is. And all of these would be linked to their electronic records. And they're collecting this data over time. And so the intent is to collect data to allow researchers to develop more precise treatments for many diseases and conditions. So imagine, what could we do if we added the Prakriti of the participants to this data set? What else could we learn? And how could we really potentially validate this whole concept of Prakriti? And I think this would help to increase researchers' interests in Ayurveda. So finally, this one's a little weird, but can we actually type the genes by their Prakriti? For instance, if all of the qualities of, I'm saying BPK now, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha are expressed in all the forms of nature, macro and micro, what would we see as the intracellular molecular correlates for VPK? So would we look in a cell and we see Vata by the qualities of communication, transportation, intelligence, like signal transduction, cell movement, and the code of DNA? That would look like a Vata. Pitta qualities would be in the cells such as transformation, metabolism, seen in mitochondria, production of ATP, DNA synthesis, transcription, and other functions. And kapha could be the structure of the cell, stability of the cell, like the actin, cytoskeleton, the actual structure of the DNA, the membrane, and all of these things could start to be typified into the different dosas. And so could we then sort of collect representations of molecular and cellular expressions of VPK as biomarkers? And so finally, there's this little project here. We could develop a think tank of cellular molecular biologists, Ayurvedic students, bioinformatic experts, and to try to go through all of the different genes and cell functions and determine the dosic properties of each one. So we'd have to determine the function of each gene and then in what dosha would it likely fit in. So do you think we could interpret cell function in terms of dosha? And if there was a dysfunction in a particular pathway, they say like a pitta predominant function, what would be a pitta pacifying measure that you could use to normalize that cellular pitta? I don't know, maybe this is too complicated. Maybe it's stretching the principles too far. So in conclusion, Prakriti may be another variable to analyze clinical trial results and develop predictive prognostic markers of disease, as well as therapeutic responses. This is an example of an individualized approach to precision medicine that may offer discovery of novel biomarkers for complex diseases. And I think modern science has much to gain by considering Ayurvedic perspectives. So my last slide is thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the group that I got my Ayurvedic masters from. It's been very helpful to understand some of these processes. And here are some continuing questions. Can we get a grand multi-IU IRA that includes all the genetics, epigenetics, immune phenotyping, and everything? Another question is, do different body types get different cancers? And are there any models for the study of Prakriti, like in dogs? So again, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Shah, and the whole Council for Ayurvedic Research for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Julia. This was such a thought-provoking and interesting presentation. Yes, so this is exactly the kind of transdisciplinary and collaborative research that we are hoping to foster. So thank you so much. And if it's okay, you can stop sharing the screen. Thank you so much. And Julia, we look forward to seeing you in tomorrow's session as well.
No, stop sharing. Wait a minute. Here we go. Thank you.
Right. Okay, of course. All right. So I'm going to find our next speaker. Dr. Rama, are you here? Yes, perfect. Good evening, Dr. Rama. As I have been apologizing in the past that we are forced to introduce very, very briefly. So apologies, Dr. Rama. It's my utmost pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Rama Jayasundar, PhD Physics from Cambridge University, United Kingdom, and BAMS from India. So I think one of the most unique Ayurveda scholars we have, who is a physicist and an Ayurveda scholar. So thank you so much, Dr. Rama Jayasundar, for joining today, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Let me share the screen. Are you able to see?
Yes. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
So, good morning to everyone in the EST time zone, and good evening to those in the IST. So let me begin by thanking Pratibha and her team for inviting me to this wonderful meeting, which is pretty much the need of the hour. Collaboration between different disciplines can lead to questions which can be pertinent to a particular discipline. For example, let's say Ayurveda, or these questions which lead to answers can pave the way for novel ideas and novel discoveries. Whichever, the collaboration has to be, it has to be a very tight and healthy handshake between the different collaborating partners. I am going to share with you all one such handshake that is between the technique of NMR. It's called nuclear magnetic resonance and MR, magnetic resonance and nuclear magnetic resonance. They refer to the same technique, but there are slight differences. So I would like to share how the handshake can occur in a very healthy way and without deviating from the principles of Ayurveda as well. Just to give a background information about NMR and MR. NMR it uses what is called a vertical bore magnet, and the samples which are studied are generally liquid. So one can study extracts of plants, extracts of cells, biofluids, proteins, etc. On the other hand, MR scanner is a horizontal board. So this is the rim of the magnet. It's a horizontal board magnet, which is used to study in vivo. Humans and animals can also be studied. So I am going to give one example each from how NMR can be used and how MR can be used. So let me start with MR and clinical interventions in Ayurveda. So this is the question that one can pose. Can MR help elucidate the response to Ayurvedic treatment? So there are two endpoints in this. One is that one can try and understand where and how Ayurvedic treatment affect the changes. The other is that validation or evidence is automatically produced. So I'm going to share some of my own data from my research group on stroke. So these are ischemic stroke patients who have been given Ayurvedic intervention. So without going into the technical details, I'm just going to share the results. So this picture, the first one that you see here, is these three images are from patient 1 who had had a ischemic stroke. So this is a 3D MR image of brain of this ischemic patient before the Ayurvedic intervention. Now, 6 months after the intervention, Ayurvedic treatment, this is the 3D MR image of the brain. When you look at these two, of course, you can't make out the difference, but when you subtract these two images, you see where the results are, you see the results. So here in this image, difference image, you can see a circle which is outlined, and you can see the red patch here. So what this red patch here denotes is that in this area, there has been an increase in the cortical thickness of the gray matter. So this is from another patient of ischemic stroke. And you can see here in this difference image that there are several areas which has these red patches. So these are all areas where the gray matter has increased in its thickness. The cortical thickness is increased. So this study shows two things. One is that the Ayurvedic treatment causes increase in stroke patients, causes increase in the cortical thickness of gray matter. But what is interesting and what I would like to point out in particular is, so this is not a double-blind trial. This is an observation study where the Ayurvedic treatment has been looked in total. So we have here, there is no control arm, but the pre-intervention data acts as that patient's control data. So all the subsequent time series data is referred with respect to the pre-intervention data. So in this way, so there is an advantage in this that we know that Ayurvedic treatment is personalized, and different patients, not all patients with ischemic stroke is going to be treated in the same way. So individual patient response can be can be studied using this kind of observational study. Now, this is fMRI data. So fMRI stands for functional magnetic resonance imaging. So in fMRI, the patient is given a stimulus. It could be a motor stimulus, it could be an auditory stimulus or a visual stimulus. And the part of the brain which participates, which responds to the stimulus can be mapped. So here, this is a pre-intervention, pre-Ayurvedic intervention, and the patient had motor disability. So this is the NIHSS score, that is National Institute of Health stroke scale. The higher the value, the more is the disability. So this patient has a high level of motor disability, and when the patient actually carried out a bilateral motor task, you see that there are no areas, there's no response in the brain. Whereas after the treatment, you can see that there is a functional recovery. So this is just one example of how one can create not only clinical evidence, but also try and understand how and where the Ayurvedic treatment acts. Now, let me go on to the second example. This is using the high resolution NMR. And I am going to show some examples in the field of Ayurvedic pharmacology, or Dravyagun, as mentioned, as is known in Ayurveda. So Ayurveda has got its own pharmacological parameters. These are Rasa, Guna, Virya, and Vipaka. And I am going to show some results in the specific context of Rasa. This is understood as taste, and taste, we all know, is a chemosensory property. Ayurveda has a rasa or chemosensory based classification of medicinal plants. So this is just a small example of how plants are classified according to the taste. You can see the 5 tastes here: sweet, sour, bitter, astringent, and pungent. So this is a more detailed classification and subclassification that Ayurveda follows for any plant. So you have about 35 plants which come under the sweet category. These are subclassified based on potency. This is Virya and also Vipaka in Ayurveda. These are further subclassified based on Guna. Most of the gunas are biophysical in nature. So I have used this term biophysical properties. So if you take this 1 to 18 plants, all of them have the same rasa, Guna, and Virya, and Vipaka. So from an Ayurvedic standpoint, there is some commonality among these 18 plants, and they have similar pharmacological action. But when you look at these plants from a modern botany point of view, there is nothing common in this. So the question I asked was, or rather my group asked was, can NMR fingerprint rasa-based classification of medicinal plants? So this is NMR spectra from 4 different rasa categories: sweet, pungent, bitter, and astringent. And the spectrum, this is called a proton NMR spectrum. It collects metabolites, phytochemicals from the primary metabolites. So this area of the NMR spectrum indicates primary metabolites, and this part of the spectrum indicates secondary metabolites. So you all know that primary metabolites is something that is essential for any plant's growth, and so it is available in all plants, although to different extents. Secondary metabolites are a response of the plant to the environment and the stress exposed to. Now you can see that there are qualitatively differences in the NMR spectra among the 4 taste groups. Now, if we subject this to statistical analysis, put it through multivariate analysis, this is what you get. So this is the NMR data. So each of these dot represents NMR data from one plant. So if you look at the NMR data from the sweet category and the astringent category, you see that there are demarcating differences here. However, you can also see an area of overlap. So what this means is there are differences in the phytochemical profile of plants from sweet and astringent category, but there are also areas of overlap, that is a similarity. If you look at the NMR data from pungent and bitter group of medicinal plants, you again see that there are differences, but there are also similarities. If you look at the data from sweet and bitter group, of course, there are differences, but the data is very dispersed. On the other hand, if you look at the data from sweet and pungent, although there are some lines, circles drawn, you see that the data is all mixed up. So I went back to this table, which is given, which is from Ayurveda. And what I realized was I had used, so the samples from a sweet category was from 1 to 24. So I had used this entire data from 24 plants as just one group, that is under sweet. Now, because the previous slide, it shows that yes, there are differences, but it's not very, very distinct. What I did was I subdivided these. So I used this data and this data separately, because according to Ayurveda, although this and this comes under the sweet category, the gunas are different. So when I plotted the data separately, much to my surprise, I found that these two separated. So there were distinct phytochemical features of the plants which come under the rasa, sweet taste and the same potency, but the only difference between this and this is the guna, the biophysical property. Now, using this, we redid the graph, and you see how the data, sweet and bitter, how it was dispersed here. The data here, you see that when I use the guna as well, there is very distinct clustering between these two categories of plants. You see similar results in the sweet and pungent, and also between sweet and sour. Now, what is important here is there are two underlying messages in this data that is data throw up. One is that the Ayurvedic classification of medicinal plants stands validated. Of course, these are preliminary results, but still, I can say with confidence that the classification of medicinal plants based on rasa or chemosensory property stands validated by this. But the more important application and implication is how this can be of use to the Ayurvedic fraternity. All said and done, the Ayurvedic pharmacology still uses rasa guna, virya, vipaka. All the treatment, all the medicines for the treatment do not look at what kind of molecules are there or what are the active principles, but they look at what are the rasa guna, virya, and vipaka. So if there is an unknown plant, for which we do not know the rasa, then this database can be of use to find out what kind of rasa it falls into. So I stop here, and I would like to acknowledge my research group, Dr. Prashant Rai, Dr. Divya Singh, Dr. Dushyant Kumar, Dr. Vaidya Preeti Bhosle, Govind Maurya, and my PhD students, and my collaborators, Kottakkal Arya Vaidya Shala from Kottakkal, as well as the New Delhi branch, and All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. And the funding agencies, Ministry of Ayush has been generous in funding this work, and Department of Science and Technology and Science and Engineering Research Board. So I think a healthy and a friendly and a respectful and a tight handshake can lead to very, very interesting research outputs that would be of use not only to Ayurveda, but to modern science. It can provide new insights to modern science as well. So I thank Dr. Pratibha once again for inviting me. Thank you very much.
You're on mute, Dr. Pratibha.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rama. I think this is exactly, we are looking to establish the possible innovations in the field of Ayurveda. Ideal blend of tradition and technology, as you have so beautifully presented. Maybe we can have a new stream added in our curriculum, the physics of Ayurveda. I don't know how that sounds to you.
Sounds great.
Thank you so much. So with that, once again, thank you, Dr. Rama. I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Ashwini Kumar Rauchi. Dr. Ashwini, are you here? Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Let me introduce Dr. Ashwini Kumar Rauchi very quickly. Dr. Ashwini Kumar Rauchi has a BMS MD in Ayurveda. He is the Director, Clinical Research and Integrative Medicine at Kasturba Health Society's Medical Research Center in Mumbai. Sorry about the brief introduction, Ashwini ji.
Never mind. Thank you, Pratibha ji, for inviting me to deliver this talk. And all the members who are participating in this conference from USA, warm good morning, and all the members from India, good evening. Next 15 minutes, what I'm going to talk to you is research in Ayurveda perspective. Now, the very reason I have selected this Ayurveda perspective and what Dr. Pratibha has been telling since yesterday, that Ayurveda Anusandhan Abhiyan Foundation is the India chapter of Council for Research in USA. So let us see what is Ayurveda, define Ayurveda, and then we will go ahead. I'm making it full screen, yeah. Yeah, now my presentation structure would be Ayurveda perspective and integrative Ayurveda vision. We will try to understand what is the integrative Ayurveda vision, and then we will then go to the integrative pharmacotherapeutic approach for research in Ayurveda. Subsequently, I will try to illustrate this pharmacotherapeutic approach with the current study what we have completed of the Dalbergia Sisu in postmenopausal osteoporosis. And then we will also just quickly go through the collaborative clinical research endeavors through reverse pharmacology. And then I will try to conclude with key message. So Ayurveda or integrative Ayurveda. Now Ayurveda is the word coined by Lokmanya Tilak with the very reason that it should have integration. Must be more than 100 years back, he must have coined this word with the intention of integrating the Indian systems of medicine and the emerging knowledge of medicine and modern sciences from the West. And with that, through the inspiration of my mentor, Dr. Ashok Vaidya, this definition of Ayurveda or integrative medicine is, it is an active and open-ended interface of Ayurveda with advancing modern sciences, especially biomedical sciences, to continuously facilitate the incorporation of emerging new knowledge in the mainstream of Ayurveda while maintaining the fidelity to Ayurveda fundamental principles. I want to underline this, to maintain the fidelity to Ayurvedic fundamental principles. And scope of such a heuristic approach would to promote the global acceptance of Ayurveda as a science of life. Now, Ayurveda has been accepted at Dr. Geeta Krishnan was telling at 16 odd countries as a traditional medical system. But what we are wanting is, it should be accepted as a science of life, which has the potential to show the novel paths for the development of futuristic biomedicine. And that is the vision of integrative Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is a treasure of life science and healthcare knowledge, whereas Ayurveda is a pursuit of knowledge to enrich this treasure through research. And I'm going to illustrate this integrative approach of pharmacotherapeutic research. So it is said that there proof of pudding is in the eating. So I'm directly going to the drug-related research, and for that, what we need to do is we must have our approach has been Ayurvedic therapeutic epidemiology and observational studies. This is for generating the database of traditional practices. Then once we have this database, we have to follow the reverse pharmacology path, because that is which is already available in the human usage. So this is a reverse pharmacology is the science of integrating documented clinical or experiential hits into leads by transdisciplinary exploratory studies and further developing these into drug candidates by experimental and clinical research. Now, again, here we have to be very selective when we apply the relevant science. And then beyond this, there is another category which we say Ayurveda. This means development of natural product which maintains fidelity to Ayurveda principles and practices both, while adopting to modern pharmaceutical processes and standards. Now, what you see here, clinics, we start from the clinics and the fields. And with the help of reductionist approach, we are already knowing how it is used in the man in a traditional way, but we want to also understand its safety profile and activity in animal model. We also would like to go to the in vitro studies to understand the mechanisms of action at molecular level, and then back integrate this information and knowledge as a holistically and give the natural product with optimized evidence of the targeted clinical condition. So in brief, it is translating experiential or documented wisdom into experimental and clinical evidence. Coming to the next slide, these are the different paths for healthcare products development. Now we know Ayurvedic drugs and therapeutics, if we keep it at the center, as per our traditional practice of Ayurveda, whole formulation can be used, and there are certain determinants. Certain determinants, when I say host-specific determinants, drug-specific determinants, disease-specific determinants, and then environmental determinants. Simple things we have been talking about Prakriti. Similarly, there are many factors like Agni, Koshtha, or for drug-specific, if you want to take Aushadhi Kala, when to give that medicine, Anupana, what has to be given along with that. And there are so many factors, we will come to that later, but that is one of the traditional clinical practice which we have been following. There can be also another path of ethnomedicine and field uses. We know medicinal plants have been, for example, Rauwolfia serpentina has led to the reserpine, but there have been, after isolation, preclinical studies which are needed, and there are several, at least 4 to 5 clinical phases which have to be sequenced, and then what becomes a modern chemical drug. But what we are aspiring is for the natural drug and Ayurvedical, and for that, reverse pharmacology is the best approach. But reverse pharmacology also expects some minimal basic standardization of the product, and that is at least the pharmacognostic standardization, phytochemical standardization, pharmaceutical standardization, and now currently we know the purity of the drug. There are many contaminations of microbial contamination or heavy metal contamination or aflatoxin contamination. At that we have to ensure, so that purity testing is also there. Once we know that, and if we have the experiential documentation, as we saw in earlier slide through the observational studies and pharmacoepidemiological studies, we can go for the exploratory studies directly and try to find out dose searching in a specific indication. So we have to identify the specific clinical condition, and in that condition, what kind of dose searching, dose optimization, and that needs to be find out. And then we can go simultaneously into experimental research, which should ensure the safety profile. Its toxicity, I would not say, but safety in different biological systems, and also obviously its mechanisms of action at molecular level. And once that is done, unlike clinical phases in sequence, we can select clinical phase, and it depends on the case to case. And then what we want to have an aeroceutical, which is a natural drug. So friends, with this, I will come to an illustration of Synshapa, which is also known as Dalbergia sisu, in postmenopausal osteoporosis. Now, Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia and many nigantus have described this plant, and its rasaguna, virya, vipaka, doshagnata, rogagnata have been described. The prominent which comes out is the shotagnata. But the hint what we got for exploring it for the osteoporosis comes from the ethnomedical practices. The leaves of these plants are used for bone health in some part of UP. And this plant has been well worked out for its phytoactives, such as caveolin is the major active ingredient. But besides that, these are the biotannin A, genistein, and pratensin are the other phytoactives which are contributing to its activity or efficacy in osteoporosis. And this has been a collaborative teamwork from the scientists of CDRS, Central Drug Research Institute from Lucknow, our center, then Tanveer Hospital from Hyderabad. This has been the clinical center for this study. And Pharmanza, again, the industry has been identified for other many pharmaceutical standardization, which I just talked about. Now, these are the in vitro, in vivo studies conducted at CDRI Lucknow. In brief, to precise, these experimental studies have shown anti-resorptive and bone-forming effects in overoptimized rat models. The diagrammatic representation is here. Fracture healing properties in drill hole defect model of rat has also been documented. More interestingly, the molecular mechanism at low dose of caveolin, which is in short form called as a CAFG, which induces osteogenic effects at much lower dose by stimulating bone morphogenic protein 2 and through the WNT beta-catenin signaling pathway. More interestingly, the human equivalent dose of the CAFG translates into 0.081 milligram per kg. So at low dosage level, it is effective in providing the osteogenic effects. So, and more importantly, this is devoid of uterine estrogenicity. So it is not acting through the estrogenic activity and has pronounced effect on fracture healing as well. So friends, let us see our clinical study which we conducted of Synshapa standardized extract of leaves, SLEDS, in postmenopausal osteoporosis. Now, although this was open label study prospective, 1 year study is very significant. This was 1 year study and 30 patients were enrolled in this. This product standardized, as I said, 30 milligram dose total extract, standardized for phytoactives, particularly caveolin, as a major phytoconstituent, active phytoconstituent, was given twice daily and was administered orally. Now, being the postmenopausal osteoporosis, providing calcium and vitamin D was mandatory twice a day. But the assessment was done at basally fortnightly twice and 3 monthly for 4 times a day, 4 times in a year. Our efficacy was assessed by DEXA scan, particularly focusing on spine and hip, femur, and alkaline phosphatates, TNF-alpha, and HSCRP. And besides that, few other cytokines like were also assessed. And cartilage degradation product like CTX1 we had assessed. Safety was obviously assessed through organ function tests, ECG at baseline and visit 4, visit 6, and visit 7. Now, this was very interesting. We give a lot of importance to Rupa and Purva Rupa. And usually it is said that osteoporosis is a silent disease, but we made it at a point that baseline symptoms have been recorded of these patients while also recording the adverse events at different, and besides that, vital signs and were also recorded. And
so 2 minutes to wrap up, Dr.
Pardon?
2 minutes to wrap up.
Oh, sorry. I will take note of that. So inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria, I will not go into that. Quickly telling you that there was adherence to 80% over 1 year for such a silent disease. So that was an excellent work done by clinicians. And then these are the baseline symptoms. Here, the distinct clusters of musculoskeletal, neurocognitive, and gastrointestinal and urinary tract symptoms were observed. And what, to our surprise, there was definite improvement in the musculoskeletal symptoms. These are the TNF-alpha values, and you can make out from these the significant reduction of TNF-alpha pre and post. These are the values of alkaline phosphatase. Again, significant response in alkaline phosphatase, which is a bone turnover marker. HSCRP, again a marker of inflammation, there was significant response. In DEXA scan studies, what you can make out through this, and important to note, it is widely accepted that aging per se in postmenopausal women without medication leads to a steady bone loss in 1 to 3% per year. So this is to be remembered. And if you see from here, almost 19 in spine and 21 in this and 23 in total neck, there was no deterioration, or rather in some cases improvement. Similarly, we have this Ayurvedic concept of asarata, astiksha, and so on. What I wanted to just tell you, we had made the assessment of dhatu sarata, and what we observed that almost there was no deterioration in dhatu sarata, and nail, hair, teeth, and other systemic symptoms were assessed, and there was improvement in these parameters as well. We had also assessed prakruti, and majority of this were madhyam sara. So what we have observed is improvement in baseline symptoms, ALP, TNF-alpha, HSCRP, BMD, DEXA score, 1 year function, safety, no significant ADR, even the sugar fasting, different lipids, there was a decreasing trend, and Ayurvedic biomarker improvement was observed. Now, these are the similar such examples of reverse pharmacology path adopted, hits, leads, and I will not go into these details, but to quickly summarize, whenever we have to consider any Ayurvedic outcome, what we have to understand these 4 product-specific, patient-specific, disease-specific, and environment-specific factors. And these have to be distinguished as either as a countable determinants, response modifiers, or confounding variables, depending on the case-to-case clinical study one is undertaking. To summarize what we have seen, Ayurveda is a pursuit of knowledge to enrich the treasure of Ayurveda through research. Pharmacotherapeutic research is what has been illustrated here with studies of Dalbergia Sisu with collaborative endeavors for translational potential of community usage. Ayurveda-inspired research covers more such endeavors in the domain of biomedicine, namely non-pharmacological therapeutic modalities, disease preventive and health promotive approaches, fundamental concepts, clinical diagnostic methods, pharmaceutical processes, literary research, and so on. But moreover, interface of Ayurveda with fields of pure science, like Rama Sundarji has just now explained, disciplines are likely to make major breakthroughs. And in all such open-ended integrative interfaces, fidelity to fundamental principles and philosophy of Ayurveda is desired. Finally, I would like to thank our group. This is our team at KHS-MRC, and this is the team of Dalbergia Sisu PMO postmenopausal osteoporosis. Dr. Rama Vaidya had been our lead scientist in this, and Dr. Meeta Singh ji from Hyderabad, who had conducted the clinical studies. These Dr. Naivedya and Trivedi are from CDRA. Obviously, we have also always blessings of our mentor, Dr. Ashok Vaidya. And this is Dr. Lal, who has provided this product with well standardized pharmaceutical standards and phytochemical standards. And Dr. Shubhada Agashe, again, was responsible for undertaking the laboratory studies. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Ashwini Kumarji, for sharing this very exemplary perspective on Ayurveda and what should be some of the parameters to keep in mind while conducting such trials. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, in the interest of time, again, we'll keep rolling forward. Just a couple quick announcements before I call the next speaker or our board of director, Dr. Mahadevan ji, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ram Rao. Just a quick announcement. We are sending automated Zoom generated participation certificates to attendees. Please make sure your name displayed on Zoom is the name you want on the certificate. And also detailed bios of speakers are continuously coming in the chat box. Please check that or go on our website, go on conference, and you can find the detailed bios of our speakers. So with that, I would like to invite Dr. Mahadevan ji to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha. So it is indeed my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ram Mohan Rao. He's a great friend and is the author of a recently published best-selling book called Good Living Practices. He's on the NAMA Accreditation Council Board and teaches at the California College of Ayurveda. He's the principal scientist at Apollo Health, where he focuses on various aspects of age-associated neurodegenerative diseases with special emphasis on Alzheimer's disease. Over to you, Dr. Ram.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Maha. And thank you for the Council for Ayurveda Research for asking me to talk about my research work. My topic is clearing the fog and integrative approach to managing Alzheimer's disease. My presentation is actually drawn from 20 plus years of research on understanding the mechanisms of Alzheimer's disease using cell cultures, worms, flies, and mouse models of Alzheimer's. And very recently, we have now started directing our research efforts directly on humans, and we are seeing extraordinary success. So let me go ahead and share my slides here.
Dr. Pratibha, we have to make him a co-host.
I think he is, aren't you? I thought I made you co-host.
Okay. No, not yet.
Not yet. Let me see. I'm sorry about that. I thought I had made you co-host. Now you are.
So Alzheimer's is actually an age-associated progressive neurodegenerative disease. In USA alone, we have about 5 million Americans that are diagnosed with this condition. This is about 1 to 2% of the total population in the USA that suffers from Alzheimer's. Now, this, of course, is an underestimation since many people with Alzheimer's go undiagnosed. In the medical fraternity, it is believed that it is somewhere around 5%. Now, in general, if you compare the percentage of people with Alzheimer's disease in each and every country throughout the world, it's somewhere between 1 to 2% of the total population in that country. So even if we keep a conservative figure of 1%, then considering the total population in India, which is about 1 billion, there should be approximately 10 million people in India with Alzheimer's disease. The World Health Organization statistics actually shows that in India, there are about 4 million people that suffer from Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia, which I think, again, is a gross underestimation.
Dr. Ram, just one second. If you want to hold the mic a little away from your mouth, because it's creating static. Thank you.
This disease is characterized by degeneration in the hippocampal area of the brain, the cortex and subcortical structures, as shown in this figure here. If you compare the normal brain structure on the left side to that on the right side, one can see that there is significant structural loss of the brain areas. And as the disease progresses, there is significant functional loss as well in these brain areas. And the most prominent functional loss is memory loss associated with other decline in cognitive functions, which affects day-to-day tasks. Now, over time, the Alzheimer's disease brain shrinks dramatically. As shown in this cartoon, if you overlap the brain from an Alzheimer's disease patient or a healthy brain, you'll notice that there's significant shrinkage or atrophy of the brain structure. The atrophy or shrinkage comes as a result of degeneration in several areas of the brain, as shown in the cross sections of the brain on the right side. Here, you will notice the inner structures of a healthy brain versus that of the brain from an individual with Alzheimer's. The disease was first described in 1901, and 100 years later, we still do not have a proper cure or treatment for this condition. In the last 25 years or so, nearly 300 drugs have gone into clinical trials, and all of them have failed at various phases, phase 1 to phase 2 and phase 3. Now, for those of you who've been following the news, just last month, the FDA approved one drug for Alzheimer's. This one has come under severe criticism from scientists, from clinicians, as well as from legislators for its adverse effects. The failure of the drugs in the clinical trials and the very expensive process of drug discovery is complicated by several facts. Number one, we still do not know the exact cause of the disease, which is still unknown. Nearly 90% of the cases are due to unknown causes. Only 1 to 5% have a genetic component. The disease is very complex. It's multifactorial with several variables that can cause the disease. It can be diet, lifestyle, sleep, environment, hygiene, infections, including SARS infection, which exacerbates the memory loss and decline cognitive function. Now, there are no perfect non-human models of AD, of Alzheimer's, that can recapitulate the exact disease. So it becomes very hard to even understand it in a laboratory setting. Now, based on our 25 years of research work and research from other laboratories, it's very clear that Alzheimer's is now a multifactorial disease. An extensive network of molecular interactions in the brain and brain-associated organs result in Alzheimer's pathogenesis. This suggests, rather than that an ineffective single drug target approach, instead of having a single drug approach, we need to have a systems-based, network-based therapeutic approach. I think we're having a lot of background noise. If somebody can. So what the work suggests is that instead of having a single drug target approach, we need to have a systems-based or network-based therapeutic approach that's more feasible and potentially more effective.
हो बरोबर आहे. उरलं तर बेटर पडेल ऐश्वर्या, एकदम नको घालून. तसंही रात्री आता काय एवढं आपण
I'm sorry about that. May I request all attendees to make sure you're on mute, please? I'm trying to find who that is. Thank you. Please go ahead, Dr. Ram. Sorry about that.
So as I was saying, because the condition, the Alzheimer's disease, is an extensive network of molecular interactions, instead of having a single drug, single target approach, what we need in place is a systems-based, network-based therapeutic approach that's more feasible and potentially more effective for the treatment of cognitive decline. So this slide here shows very clearly that in order to treat or reverse Alzheimer's disease, all the parameters on the left side of the table have to be increased or improved, and all the parameters on the right side of the slide have to be lowered or decreased. This means that we either have to take a combinatorial drug approach involving several drugs simultaneously that can affect all these pathways simultaneously, or we need to have a comprehensive program that addresses all these parameters and all these pathways in tandem. So based on studies from our lab and from others, we noticed that the brain has a close nexus with multiple organs, including the gut, the colon, the bone, the skin, the eyes, and the oral cavity. The structure and function of these associated organs is also compromised in Alzheimer's disease. So using a systems-based multi-component therapeutic approach to address these associated organs is likely to strengthen the brain and also reverse the memory loss. So with this hypothesis, we initiated a systems-based multi-component therapeutic approach to reverse the condition. Since each person exhibits varied symptoms, the approach becomes highly personalized based on the contributory laboratory values that affect the brain and neural network. So all patients that received an Alzheimer's disease diagnosis were encouraged to sign up in our program. So patients are put on the systems-based comprehensive program and they are followed for 6 months to 1 year, and in some cases even for 2 years. All these subjects that adhere to our program showed remarkable recovery of the memory based on behavioral tests, subjective assessments, and brain imaging studies. Majority of them were even able to go back to work. As more people signed up for the program, we started accumulating huge data sets. And these data sets actually helped us for future analysis of the disease process. Now, if in the first analytics, we were able to classify the disease itself, the Alzheimer's disease itself, into 3 subtypes based on the signs and symptoms. So we now have a prominent subclassification of Alzheimer's. We have type 1 called the inflammatory type Alzheimer's disease. Type 2 is what we call the atrophic Alzheimer's disease, that is characterized by hormonal loss and growth factor depletion. And then we have a type 3 Alzheimer's disease, which is characterized by an infection. Infection could be from virus, including COVID, or bacteria, or mold, or even fungi. So our systems-based multi-component therapeutic approach includes a specific diet program. It includes nutritional supplementation. It also includes Ayurvedic herbs to correct several deficiencies like zinc, vitamin D, B12, iron, sodium, potassium, and so on. We also tell our patients to engage in physical activity. That includes engaging in regular cardiovascular strength, strength training exercises, balance exercises, stretching, physical activity, yoga, walking, gardening, swimming, and so on. We also optimize their sleep parameters. We also provide them sleep management techniques. We encourage that they have an undisturbed sleep. We make attempts to make sure that they have very good quality sleep. So we optimize their sleep hygiene and sleep environment. We included in our program stress management techniques. So we bring in meditation and stillness. Our program also encourages them to be socially very active. And our program also involves brain strengthening exercises through cognitively stimulating activities to trigger neuroplasticity. The brain strengthening exercises addresses mainly memory, attention, visual spatial, and brain flexibility. We now have placed more than 1,000 patients on our program, and we have seen nearly 90% success rate. And the success rate is based on their ability to go back to work, their ability to pay their bills, their ability to remember the names of their friends, their relatives, and other people. The outcome measure that we use in our program is quantitative neuropsychological testing. We either use the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test, MOCA, or the MMSE, Mini Mental State Examination. We also have biochemical values nearing almost 100 parameters. We also do a subjective assessment in order to score their ability to respond to certain stimulus. And then we have a detailed imaging and CSF studies that includes MRI with brain volumetrics, FDG PET scans, and amyloid PET scans. The basic tenets are the following. We have metabolic parameters that we try to optimize and not normalize. Our program consists of 7 basic components that addresses memory loss. All these 7 components have to be followed diligently in order to sustain the memory. We also noticed a threshold effect. That is, as long as sufficient steps are being followed to exceed the threshold, that's when we notice any beneficial effects, and those get sustained. And this approach is highly personalized based on the specific signs and symptoms of these exhibited by these people. Now, in our program, we have used minimally the Ayurvedic interventions, especially in the form of herbs, but it would be ideal to take this forward in a different direction. Due to several restrictions in this country and due to logistics, ideally it would be better to conduct a pilot clinical study, either about 30 people or 35 people, and follow them for about 3 to 6 months. The intervention group will require a comprehensive Ayurveda program, while a second group will continue their neurologist recommendations. I was thinking of having it similarly in India, sort of an idyllic environment where we have practitioners, clinicians, radiologists, dietitians, therapists, and statisticians in place. We can come out with specific inclusion exclusion criteria. We can follow them for about 3 to 6 months. And I was interested in bringing about a Panchakarma based rejuvenation program, which is gentle but very effective, like something like a Sodhana Chikitsa that incorporates a tridoshic diet that also has oral and intranasally administered herbals, bring in meditation, yoga, massage, enemas, transcranial oleation therapies, and mental exercises, and then follow these people and for a period of 3 to 6 months and evaluate them every month, at least once a month. And the quantitative measures would be neuropsychological testing, biochemical values, CSF measurements, and of course, brain imaging studies. We actually have an ongoing small size IRB approved clinical trial that's underway right now, and the initial results are extremely encouraging. My presentation is actually supported by a subset of peer-reviewed publications that describe this comprehensive multimodal strategy to mitigate Alzheimer's disease by improving several aspects of metabolism and offsets cognitive decline. So let me stop here, and if there are any questions, I can take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ram. Dr. Vandana.
Hello, I would like to see if we have any questions from the audience from the Dr. Ram's presentation. We will take it at this point of time. And in the chat box, I don't see any questions. So thank you for a wonderful presentation, Dr. Ram. And thank you for sharing your 20 years of remarkable work on Alzheimer's. You have created the cohort that you have used, the data you have generated and conclusions you have derived. And the pilot model for study that you propose, I hope that you will be able to conduct it. That would be a great asset for Ayurveda. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Marda Ghanshyam Madan Gopal, BMS, MD, DPC, DYA. He specializes in obesity and diabetes management through classical Ayurvedic protocols, have his practice in Pune, but consults and teaches globally. He is recipient of many awards. Title of his presentation today is Strategy for Ayurveda Research in Metabolic Disorders like Diabetes and Obesity. Welcome, Dr. Marda. You can start your presentation now. A gentle reminder, you have 15 minutes to go. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Can you make me co-host again?
Yes, we will. Give us a second.
Yeah. Maybe you joined again. That's why, because I had made you co-host. All right, we should be all set. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Before to start my subject, metabolic disorder is a very important disorder. And can Ayurveda accommodate metabolic disorder in global scenario? Because the eating habits in different continents are different. So whether Ayurveda is still relevant, Ayurvedic advices are still relevant, that itself will open a big arena of research. Second thing, can we move ahead of calories, carbohydrates, proteins, etc.? Can we compute? Can we compute our gunas with a computational model using Ayurveda physics? That is the second area where it will open a big arena of research. Third thing, can we contribute developing certain diagnostic tools or developing new reasons or developing certain treatment and novel food ideas? So my presentation will give you few examples of these so that it will open a new arena of research. So let's continue. First thing and foremost thing, when it comes to metabolic disorder, most of the times what is considered is food elements and not really paid attention to Udapava Srotas, the water balancing system. In fact, water balancing system is one of the most important system in our body, or Udapava Srotas. Because, for example, in metabolic disorders, half or more than half, up to 2/3 body weight is contributed by water itself or water and liquid itself. So can we take that into account or not? For example, Udapava Srotas, one of the vitiation sign is thirst. And thirst can lead to different kind of disorders, not just metabolic, but also it can contribute into neurological disorder as well through hyponatremia or hypernatremia. So can thirst be a primary criteria to develop some research through Udapava Srotas to find out? Not just that, even in Ayurveda, Charaka says that if thirst is aupasargic with jvara, means fever, meha, diabetes, or moha in Bhava Prakasha, shwasa, breathlessness, or kshaya, it could lead to death. And if you see the water balancing system disorders, and if they go serious, there are several observational studies or cohort studies indicating that it could lead to death. It could lead to serious neurological consequences. So can we set up a research role of Udapava Srotas in metabolic disorders, or even crossing the limit of metabolic disorder to different other disorders? Even the antidiuretic hormone, which is acting, releasing vasopressin or etc., that mechanism could contribute in these serious consequences. So Udapava Srotas and the researches related to Udapava Srotas in metabolic disorder should be one of the good area for Ayurveda research. Now, second thing, can we find new reasons? For example, in Ayurveda, it is said that if you are comfortable, if you are happy, or if you are having day sleep, or if you are having atipana, means excess hydration, that could lead to various metabolic disorders. Now, when we think of metabolic disorder, we really don't think of this aspect when we are treating patients or we are doing some research trials. If you go through, I have given you an example of 5 different studies. All of them, they are like a survey studies, and what they are saying. For example, there is a empirical data developed in EU and in China, 2016 and from 2005 to 2016, and in China 2020. And what they are saying, there is a U relationship between happiness and obesity, for example. So as the happiness could go up, probably the obesity could go up. The less happy you are, the less obese maybe you are. In USA, it is a little different, but in contrast to USA, in Russia, obesity and well-being, they are going positively together. And this is the happiness survey, a big cohort done in multi-countries. Second thing, day sleep. For example, habitual daytime napping can be positively associated with the risk of diabetes. And more interesting is, except premenopausal females, it could be also affecting female. So can we take our Ayurveda advice of day sleep, which can disturb the Medo and Mausava Srotas? Can we have a research study on that? Why to just rely on the survey study? Unfortunately, they are mentioning there that the RCTs are not really confirming. There was a big meta-analysis which is showing that a long nap during the day or elongated day sleep can increase the risk of type 2 diabetes, and not just that, also metabolic syndrome. It's like a J curve. So again, these kind of reasons are observed in surveys, are observed in cohort studies, and they are based off of Ayurvedic literature. Can we go ahead with these kind of studies? Hydration, I was talking about before. Overhydration can, well, there are some mild symptoms like nausea or cramping, etc., and can cause further confusion, seizure, coma, and neurological disorders. So overhydration could be one of the study material. Not just that, even different tree srotas can get disturbed by overhydration, Ayurveda says. So when we are going to study that, so we can have different aspects and related to different reasoning. This is an example that we can find some new reasons. This is a good contribution to the RCTs and further to the research in Ayurveda. Can we develop some innovative diagnostics? Yes, because there are many anthropological measurements used in obesity, for example. The most popular is BMI, but it got limitations because, and it's not me who is saying, there are certain books as well as even the new Oxford University Press has published that book. So what they are saying that it is indirect and imperfect because it does not distinguish the body fat and lean body fat mass. Also, it is not an accurate predictor of body fat in elderly. It is more accurate in younger, for example. At the same time, there is a difference between Asians and also whites. So BMI, which is the most popular, which is taken as a landmark criteria, also has got limitation. So can we contribute some new measurements? Can we contribute some new technology? For example, in our text, Staulya, there is one word used, Javoparodha. Java means speed and Uparodha means obstruction or reduced due to heaviness and due to overweight or anxiousness, what they say, Charaka says. So we can develop that time and activity ratio. In fact, I have tried that in France. We have a study set up there in obesity, a 52 in-house obesity center, and we have developed two tests, time and activity ratio and flexibility test. And that worked very well and they are accepting. So we have certain new, at least anthropometrics test, which we can develop through our research. That is one area of research in obesity. Second thing, it is mentioned that there is a Shudra Shwasa, means breathlessness after little activity. So can we develop a new model, a new diagnostic tool, which are a parameter that could be helpful, like respiration rate and specific activity. We can count that. We can even use pulmonary function test for that. And that's what we are trying now there. Second, Prameha is a comparable condition of diabetes, which is, there are various research. The recent one is Vishnu Chaudhary. And what Prameha is in Ayurveda, it's a physical diagnostic examination of urine. And then they have 20 different types. So it is another big arena. Can we develop a new test by using refractometer or specific gravity or densitometer, even atomic spectrometer? We can use with the specific photo patterns or spectrums. Also, we can use some, there is a tonometer, which we can use for muscle tone because Bahu Abadda Meda Mausatva. This is what is described there. And people complain of lethargy. When there is a Shuai, they complain of calf muscle pain, which we see every day in our practice. So we can develop certain new techniques for measuring muscle tone or fat tone. This will bring us to have our own parameters for research. Urine temperature, there is also temperature mentioned in that 20 types, for example. So normal urine temperature is 37 degrees or little higher than that. So it's very easy. When you collect a urine sample, you immediately put a thermometer, we can measure that. Prameya itself, the defined as a prabhut avila mutraka. So excess urination, excess normal person, normal individual can go to urinate from 6 to 8 on average basis. It is changing in different continents, but this is average I'm talking about. So if he is urinating more than 10 or more than 3 in the night, that could be a parameter for excess urination. Normal urine refraction is from 1.33 to 1.34. So cloudy urine, we can use a refractometer and we can prove that cloudy prabhutavil mutrata can be more than 1.35 refraction. Even there is a sugarcane juice like urine described. And there is a wide range of sugarcane refraction data available. And not just that, the more refraction is increasing, the sugar content is increasing. So sugarcane refraction is from 1.35 to 1.5. So we got this data, we have this. Can we use that with the refraction to prove whether it is a sugarcane like urine or not? So these kind of things we can use. For example, when I was doing my first study, I was just taking a bottle of urine, which shown in a picture, a transparent bottle. I was writing in a paper something, and I was just putting behind that. And from this side, I was seeing, because if I can see the same letter, means the refraction is normal. If it is changing the shape, it means there is a variation in refraction. So I was using that when I did my first study. So refraction can be one parameter. Similarly, we can use specific gravity. Similarly, we can use some spectrums. So we can develop a new prognostic, not just diagnostic, prognostic, because in Ayurveda, it is said that certain types of prameha are curable and certain types are not, or difficult to cure. So we can also develop the prognostic diagnostic tool. Can we go ahead with the novel?
2 minutes to wrap up. Huh?
Yes. In Ayurveda, it is written that heavy and non-nourishing food, and there are a lot of, again, studies available. For example, yogurt or, for example, chocolate are not given to obesity person. But there are some studies which are, again, not confirmed by RCT, so we have a chance to develop RCT. Even Langana, there are a lot of literature available about Langana therapy, and we can develop some Langana projects. We do have a project with diabetes where there is a lifestyle regimen, Langana is there. And some simple treatment modalities like complications of metabolic disorder, like diabetic food. You can see there is turmeric and there is after treatment. So just to conclude, we should develop our own technology. We can develop with the help of our symptomatology, because this science is based on research. And when we are doing some research, you cannot apply a rule of English grammar to Hindi or Sanskrit grammar. There are some similarity, but there are some diversity. Similarly, we have our own research parameters. I think our research will be more fruitful and bringing more outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghanshyam. Thank you for sharing the study that you have generated in your clinical practice over the years. And one of the studies across the continents, the happiness study, was interesting to know. Thank you so much for being here. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Archana Purushottam. It is a pleasure to introduce Dr. Archana Purushottam. She is a very unique speaker. She is a vascular neurologist and clinical researcher at the Baylor College of Medicine and Houston VA Medical Center. She is MBBS, MTech, PhD in biomedical engineering, and has a keen interest in Ayurveda, yoga, and the ancient Indian sciences. Her presentation is titled Integrative Neurology with Ayurveda. Welcome, Dr. Archana. You can start your presentation now.
Thank you very much, Vandanaji. With all the time differences and people in different time zones, I will dispense with the good mornings and afternoons, and I'll just say namaste to everyone. I want to thank the organizers, the Council for Ayurveda Research, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this really wonderful workshop. It's been great to listen to so many speakers, experts in their relevant domains. I'm going to talk a little bit about integrative neurology. So neurological disorders, there are several of them, and many of these in the Ayurvedic thought would come under Vata Vyadhis, or disorders associated with Vata, exacerbations. Now, what's the importance of neurological disorders? The central nervous system is just one of many systems in the body, but diseases of the...
we are not able to see anything.
Oh, I apologize. I actually, yes, forgot to do that. Thank you for the reminder. Is that sharing now? Is that showing?
Go ahead.
Okay. Just a sec. Are you able to see the slides move right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, neurological disorders, as I was mentioning, they often tend to be considered as disorders of Vata in Ayurveda. Their importance really is in that they are the leading cause of disability worldwide. And actually, they're the second leading cause of death. And they, as this picture beautifully represents, a neurological disease can be devastating. Now, conventional management, according to Western medicine, there are unfortunately no cures for most neurological conditions. So management really relies on primary prevention, as for instance, using aspirin or blood thinners for preventing strokes, minimizing exacerbations and or retarding progression in other diseases, and in rehabilitation efforts. And this is, therefore, neurology is a field where Ayurveda has a lot to offer. Because these tend to be chronic, they are difficult to manage in the long term, and Ayurveda's emphasis on lifestyle, on the right dinacharya, and on its ability to provide rejuvenative therapies can be very helpful in these patients. So I'm just going to present very briefly a few studies that my group has conducted in related to neurology and Ayurveda, the intersection of the two. The first one is a study we published on standalone Ayurvedic treatment of acute ischemic stroke. Now, this was the first publication of such standalone treatment. It was a prospective observational cohort study. And what we were trying to answer is, whether standalone Ayurvedic therapy is safe in acute ischemic stroke, and whether a larger randomized controlled trial of Ayurvedic treatment of AIS was feasible. This is the study design. I'm not going to go into the details for lack of time. I just want to point out that we had 2 sites. Each cohort was recruited from a different site, so there was inherently a confound there. And it was observational because we could not find a Western medicine hospital that would agree to solely Ayurvedic treatment of stroke. So this is a hospital where Dr. Ravi Shankar Parwaje in Puttur, he does a lot of stroke treatment. We were able to recruit 13 patients during the study period. We wanted to recruit 20, but recruitment was slow over there. The Western cohort was recruited at CMC Vellore, and we had 20 patients. And they received treatment per the specific systems. And we had follow-up visits at 1 month and 3 months. We looked at mortality and NIH stroke scale as our primary outcomes. So we took in patients with anterior circulation ischemic strokes who had a moderate severity of stroke, not very mild, not very severe. And they all should have started treatment within 72 hours. And we required MRI scans to confirm that they all had strokes and where the strokes were. This is what happened with the NIH stroke scale scores. So these are scores that represent the quantity of the deficits on examination of the patient. And the first time point is baseline. Here it's 1 month and 3 months. And you can see the yellow dots, each one represents a patient. These are in the Ayurvedic cohort. The brown ones are the Western medicine cohort. You can see that there were more severe strokes in the Western medicine cohort. And but you can see that both cohorts, over time, they improved. Some of the severe ones did not really improve much, but overall, our cohorts improved quite well, and the Ayurvedic cohort showed good improvement as well. So this is the detailed outcomes. Just I'll point to the first two. The mortality was exactly the same in both cohorts. And improvement in NIH stroke scale score was not significantly different. It was quite similar. Just one more thing here. We looked at non-fatal adverse events. So we had one case of recurrent stroke, one case of post-stroke seizures. Both were in the allopathy arm. I suspect this may have been simply because they had more severe strokes to begin with, but other less severe adverse events too, we did see more of those in the allopathic arm compared to Ayurvedic arm. But again, this was not statistically significant. So that was just one study we did, and we concluded that Ayurvedic treatment was safe, and further randomized trials were justified in acute ischemic stroke. I'm going to switch gears to a completely different kind of study that we did, where we looked at Prakriti. We've already had Dr. Arnold talk quite extensively about Prakriti. So our question was, is Prakriti a risk factor for stroke? We developed a Prakriti questionnaire based on the Charaka Samhita, and we call it the CQ62, and we used that questionnaire to study cases and controls. Cases were adult in and out patients in hospitals diagnosed with stroke. This was performed in Bangalore, as well as, I believe, Vellore. Some of our patients came from there. The controls were caregivers of these patients. So here is what we found. Just to acquaint you with this. So these are the numbers you see on the x-axis. These are the actual scores from our questionnaire. The maximum score one can get is 120 on this questionnaire. And so these are the actual scores, and these are the frequency distribution of these scores in our patients. We were expecting, that the Vata scores would show us a difference, but actually we did not find any significant difference between the two populations. The strokes are the red, and the blue is the control curve. This was not statistically significant, but to our surprise, we had statistically significant differences in the Kapha as well as the Pitta distributions. So the Kapha scores were lower in patients with stroke, and the Pitta scores were higher in the stroke patients compared to controls. We also, had a multiple logistic regression analysis for stroke risk in these patients. And what we found was that in addition to other stroke risk factors, so hypertension is well known as a stroke risk factor, it turned out that alcohol also was one in this in our Indian population. Now, gender, interestingly, I think there is a certain gender predisposition for stroke, but there was also here an artificial gender difference in that most of the caregivers were women. So our controls, because we used caregivers, there was a much larger number of women in our control cohort. So that may have been part of what was driving this, although there is a true gender difference. Now, coming to Kapha and Pitta, we found that these scores did add independent value. It was not that they were working through some of these other factors like hypertension to influence the stroke risk. They actually did have independent, although small effects, but still, they were significant. Now, so these were our results. Both ischemic and hemorrhagic stroke patients had significant. We did look at the stroke subtypes as well. So just to mention that, so both ischemic and hemorrhagic, they had significantly lower kapha and higher pitta scores compared to controls. And these were our odds ratios of kapha dominance. So when we looked at the dominance of the different doshas. So in stroke, if kapha dominance odds ratio was 0.41, less than 1. So kapha was protective, seemed to be protective against stroke. Pitta dominance seemed to predispose to stroke. And so, Prakriti certainly merits further epidemiological study in cerebrovascular disease. Now I'm going to talk about a third study that we more recently did. This was really a survey of a neurology patient population. We were looking at how interested they would be in trying Ayurveda. And this was in the setting of outpatient clinic. So almost 900 neurology patients were surveyed in a very large tertiary care hospital. We asked them, we just gave them this list of modalities, and we asked them, do you know what this is? And we asked them, would you like to try it? And they had 4 choices for the would you like to try it? And we took the last 2, likely and definite yes, as interested in trying the modality. So I'm going to move on to the results here. What you can see is we had a very high, interestingly, a very high degree of interest in trying these modalities. Now, we wanted to see whether this was related to age, because younger people tend to be more open to these things. And that was true. The older people were a little less open. But even then, there was a very high level of interest in multiple modalities. And it was really very rare for any of these patients to have heard of Ayurveda. I would say it was perhaps 95% or more, they had not heard of Ayurveda. Yet, the rate of being, once we explained to them that it was traditional Indian medicine, it used, lifestyle measures, herbs, and various other treatments, manual therapies as well. They were interested, and this was very encouraging to see that, the openness of the people to try various things, including Ayurveda. Now, encouraged by this, we are planning to, conduct some Ayurveda studies among our outpatients. And let me move on to talk about that. How am I doing with the time? I guess I'm not. Okay, thank you. So that's perfect. So I'm just going to have give you a few thoughts on future directions. Previous speakers have spoken very elaborately and proposed some very interesting ways in which the research paradigm may be adapted for Ayurveda. So this is my finding. Yes, indeed, that research methods and evidence levels developed for Western medicine really are not well suited for Ayurvedic studies, or they tend to be highly resource intensive. So I do think we really need methods that are more appropriate for Ayurveda. Actually, this is true of the whole of the field of integrative medicine. There have been very disappointing results for clinical trials looking at other, non-Western medicine, the other complementary and alternative treatments as well, traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, various other modalities. So therefore, there is a real thinking going on about what should be done in the field of integrative medicine to bring in methods that are more appropriate. So this is, I think, really a need of the hour. Also, rather than the traditional clinical trial, things like pragmatic trials and outcomes research may be more appropriate for Ayurveda and other integrative medicine. Now, one of the big things that NCCIH, which is the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, that they are very interested in at the moment is reproducibility of interventions. So, for instance, if you're doing, I mean, it's different when you're just giving them something to take by mouth, but when you have an intervention such as Shirodhara or Abhyanga or yoga, for instance, reproducibility becomes a big question. And so this is one area that they are focusing a lot on, and something that we should keep in mind when planning your Ayurvedic studies. One of the things I have come up with as roadblocks when I have tried to propose Ayurveda-related an Ayurveda-related research study, clinical trial, is the issue with personalization of therapies. So we need a way to create clear algorithms that is understandable to all for how we personalize the therapies. And another question to think about, so many studies have, just like the stroke study I presented, we classify the strokes based on the Western paradigm, ischemic, hemorrhagic, lacunar, etc. But should we be doing that sort of Western-based classification, or should we actually be diagnosing the patient based on Ayurvedic diagnostic methods and then appropriately treating the patient? So that's a question to consider. I also learned from my experience of trying to work with stroke that we probably should be looking at low-hanging fruit first. So now I'm thinking more about headache and treating headaches, if that's what we're thinking about in our hospital. As I was telling you, we were thinking of based on the patient's responses. And finally, I think it's really important to have to include mechanism of action of interventions such as fMRI, microbiome studies, etc. It was really intriguing to see Dr. Ramajai Sundar's results on the two patients and their MRI and fMRI, changes with recovery. So it would be great to have more of those kinds of studies. And with that, thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Archana. Thank you for sharing your studies that you have done over the years and Ayurvedic interventions. And it is very encouraging to see the results where, as a neurologist, you see that modern medicine have limitations and Ayurvedic interventions have shown results. And it is also very encouraging, your survey study about young population, that they have never heard of Ayurveda and are very open to try it. Thank you so much for having for your presentation and being here. And I hope you will be tomorrow in our consortium, and we look forward to your contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Now I would, yes, Dr. Pratibha, you are on mute.
Can you let me introduce Dr. Akash?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Akash, are you here? Thank you.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, please go ahead. You're
Yes.
both on Spotlight.
Yes, yes. I was removing mine. Okay. Thank you. So, Dr. Akash, a very warm welcome. There is a little static in your sound, so if you want to see what's happening. It's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Akash. Dr. Akash and I have already worked on a couple of things through CAR and AAF in India already last year. So it's a pleasure to introduce him. Dr. Akash has an MD, PG, DMLS, MD Shalya Tantra, MS Counseling and Psychotherapy qualifications. He has more than 20 years of clinical experience and a lot of international exposure. He is presently Director and Consultant Surgeon at Ashtanga Wellness Private Limited, Hubli. Welcome, Dr. Akash. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha.
There's still little static. Maybe speak directly without the headphone.
It's not possible because I don't have a connection. Okay. Maybe I'll have to reduce my.
Okay. Maybe, yes, little bit, or maybe a little
volume.
distance. Yes, thank you.
Okay, are my slides visible? Is my slide visible?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Pratibha and the entire team at CAR for giving me this opportunity. Due to the time constraint, I will dive right into my presentation. So the topic that I have chosen is the future pandemic preparations in Ayurveda. Over the last 1.5 years, everyone has seen that all the medical systems across the world have been challenged to their limits, and Ayurveda is no exception. But it does give us a an opportunity to look back, to introspect, and to question whether we did something right. What could we have done things in a better way? Is there any scope for development and opportunities so that we are prepared to tackle any future pandemic? Because the WHO has released a lot of documents right when the first wave started, and then later on there have been a lot of revised versions which have been told. But the very first document that they released way back in February 2020, it very clearly said that the traditional health systems of each and every country have to be activated, and they have to be involved in the national response, strategy response of pandemic. So that gave a lot of importance to the traditional systems of medicine. But I would like to take you through what actually are the components of that WHO, whether Ayurveda really fits into that, what are the challenges that we face, what are the shortcomings, and are there any solutions for that? So my presentation will cover those topics. So the WHO strategy, it said that focus on public healthcare systems. So it said that we have to mobilize, control, suppress, reduce, and then develop. So mobilize people, who? Coordination and planning, engage and mobilize, provide clinical care. So who do we mobilize? We have to mobilize individuals, governments, communities, and private companies. We have to control the spread of the infection. We have to suppress the further spread. We have to reduce the severity and develop strategies so that we tackle it and then come ahead with the proper plan. So these are the 5 guidelines that the WHO gave in the strategy for involving the traditional healthcare systems as well as the conventional medical systems. And it laid a lot of emphasis on coordination and planning to engage and mobilize and to provide the clinical care. Now this, myself and my wife, Dr. Anita, we started writing letters to the state governments and to central governments and to the Ayush Minister, etc., requesting them to set up a task force in Ayurveda. Now, whether it is accepted as a form of treatment or no, that comes later. But we have to be prepared. So that is what is important. Coordination and planning is very important. So we started writing letters. Similarly, many Vaidyas across India started writing letters. But what we saw was there was not proper response. We didn't get a proper response. The task force was formed somewhere in April, but then we didn't hear in any statement from them very lately, till the second wave started. Now, that is not what is expected of a system. Now, if you want to call yourself as a public healthcare system, that is very essential. Now, Ayurveda is looked as a stream of medicine. But unfortunately, in the Indian psyche, and as all the other presenters previously presented, Ayurveda is not looked upon as a public healthcare system. We have published an article called as "Does Ayurveda qualify as a public healthcare system?" where we have outlined what are the drawbacks that we have, why Ayurveda does not qualify to be a public healthcare system. Because we lack in coordination and planning. We are not engaged. There were many presentations, but not all the doctors, not organizations, many of them were not properly engaged, and mobilization was not done properly. And that's why I feel personally, because we have been fighting in the state of Karnataka, where we are from, in the initial phases, the government did not give permission for us to treat. So we were not allowed to provide proper clinical care. This started happening later on. Now, Ayurveda and pandemic. So with this background, so what the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed is the lack of coordination in the healthcare system of our country, and more so in the field of Ayurveda. Now, there is no platform through which Ayurveda doctors can share their data in real time. This is a major drawback that I feel. In a pandemic preparedness, to be able to relate to the pandemic or any outburst anywhere across in the future as well, we need to have a connected system. We need to have a common platform where we can report. Now, this does not exist. As of now, this does not exist. And this could have been easily developed, right? So this doesn't take much time. It could have been developed. A common portal could have been developed where, yes, Ayush did develop a platform where we could upload it, but there was no committee or no, what you call a group of experts to look into that or to do that. So they were releasing a lot of documents, but it did not engage everyone, right? So the message did not trickle down from the top to the bottom. Now, the idea in a pandemic, see, look at what modern healthcare system or the conventional system was able to do. They were able to get across the message clearly, and everyone across India, of course, they had their own drawbacks. I'm not saying that they did not have drawbacks, but the message trickled down correctly. In Ayurveda, that did not happen. There were a lot of confusions, right? So the role of traditional medicine has been very clearly highlighted with WHO and response plan for COVID-19. Ayurveda should have activated its own response plan with immediate effect based on those guidelines. I think we missed the bus on that. Though it did, there was a lot of confusion and the lack of coordination at all levels. So there is a clear lack of a system which is standing up and responding to the humanitarian crisis that we are facing. See, we should have responded as a system. Individual Vaidyas, a few organizations were doing work, but as a system, we did not stand up. This is my personal opinion, and a lot of Vaidyas and doctors that we work with, we felt that. Individual Vaidyas are left to fend for themselves, and the majority of them are doing so with great credibility. It would have been much better if Ayurveda system would have been doing it. We should have had a common platform. That is what I feel should have been better. So what is the reality check? Does Ayurveda have these? See, the role of the following experts are very crucial in times of pandemic to take real-time decisions and promote effective communication. So who do we need? We need clinical specialists, we need pathologists, we need epidemiologists, we need virologists, data analysts, and scientific modelists. It goes without saying that a data capturing tool is a prerequisite. Okay, now let us ask this question. Does Ayurveda have any of these? Do we have clinical specialists? Yes, we do have clinical specialists. Do we have specific pathologists? Yes, we have. Talent is there, right? Epidemiologists, this is one area that we have to focus on. Now, there are 22 disciplines of postgraduate systems in Ayurveda, right? We have to concentrate now. A new way of thinking, a new method of teaching, a new way of approach should come. We have to have a paradigm shift in our mindset. We cannot, stick to the old patriarchal ways of doing things. That has to change. We have to develop these kind of things. Data analysts, very essential. Real-time data capture and data analysis is very important. The question that many people ask is, Ayurvedic data is different. How can this be captured and how it can be analyzed? People will not understand. All these are excuses. Believe me, I have been working in the field for the last 20 odd years in research, etc. In the last 1.5 years in pandemic, I have done a lot of, I collected data, I have gone through a lot of data, and our science could have done much better than what we have done. We could have developed a simple, clinical software, distributed across this uniform, capturing of data, real-time capturing of data. And for a government with Ayush Ministry and supported by the central government, this would not have been difficult. Absolutely not difficult. So we need this, and we need scientific models. We have to take the help. It is a collaborative thing, but we have our own people. We have intelligent brains in Ayurveda who can tell us these things. Right? So we need all these things. So this is a reality check. If we want to be prepared for the future pandemic, we need these people. Okay? Just pockets of people doing here and there will not help. We need to have a coordinated effort. So what do we need? So what are the proposed solutions? Now, first we need to ramp up Ayurveda to be an efficient public healthcare system. Now, it goes without saying that it has to be an efficient public healthcare system. So what do we do for that? These are our proposals, right? Set up zonal and national level Ayurveda Research Center and Ayurveda Research Laboratories. We do not have zonal representations. We can have north, west, east, south zones, and each zones you designate districts. There has to be coordinators. Ayush and those centers are there, but they're not doing this work. Honestly, I'm sorry if I'm rubbing somebody the wrong way, but these are our own experiences. There is no coordination. There are no zonal inputs. Every district, every state has got a lot of Ayurveda doctors. There are organizations. There are NEMA. There is so many other organizations. There is no coordination. The data is not coming to one center. So we need to have zonal centers. These zonal centers have to feed into the national level centers. And they have to be separate centers where data is collected real time. That is very important. And for that, what we need to do is introduce a uniform clinical data capturing software, which should be mandatorily used by all Ayurvedic colleges, hospitals, and practitioners. Now, please tell me, how difficult is this? Will this be difficult? Now, we just heard Dr. Archana say that she is using a Prakriti questionnaire based on Charaka. She calls it a CQ62. Now they are using that. No, I don't know what is that. This is the first time that I've heard that they are using that. In India, we use a different software, or we use a different model. Why can't we sit across and get people like this and develop some uniform? There will be difference of opinion, I agree, but can we not agree at least on a common minimum protocol? We need to do this. And how difficult will it be to develop a clinical data capturing software? It is not at all difficult. In my clinic, I use a clinical software. And if that can be done at the government level, just think, the resources are there. Set up zonal and national level data collection centers. And for these, we need specialists. They can be Ayurvedic specialists, they can be data specialists, they can be IT people, they can be anybody. Very important. And most importantly, I propose that we have to set up an Ayurvedic diseases surveillance center. We do not have Ayurvedic data on diseases, right? Prakriti-wise analysis, we don't have. We do not have any data. We do not have a common data across states, across India. How many people are suffering from Vata Jagrahani? How many people are suffering from Sandhi Vata, Ama Vata, Vata Pradhana, Pitta Pradhana? We don't have. When it comes to pandemics, even Jwara, see, even today we are not able to tell what we have to identify COVID-19 as. There are many opinions, but at least let us agree that yes, these are the 5 possible solutions. And why did that message not go out to everyone and say, okay, if you have to diagnose COVID-19 with these symptoms, these are the things. It should have been uniformly followed. That is what, messages were given out, documents were put out, but did that reach everybody? Did we collect data accordingly? Did we report to anybody? I did not. We did not in our clinic. So I know many of my friends and colleagues who did not report. So where are we collecting the data? And how can we claim that we are curing? When you have data, like all the previous present, when they present data, it makes a lot of sense. That is very important. So this is what is required. So to be ready for the next pandemic, we have to start now. I think we should have started yesterday, right? We have to start thinking ahead now, because this is going to be the norm. Even today, we are not out of COVID yet. America is still struggling. India, we have reported 35,000 cases. They are predicting that in October, November, we may have a probable third wave. We don't know. Vaccines. So we have to start thinking ahead. Our job is not done. So we have to start developing clinicians. We have to start developing data analysis specialists. Then disease surveillance centers we have to set up. We have to designate. There are so many intelligent people in Ayurveda. We have to identify them and create that post, or create some committees, whatever. And that should again not get lost within that, the bureaucracy. Their job is to collect data. That is very important.
2 minutes.
So what are the proposed? Thank you. Train Ayurveda doctors to become epidemiologists to enable study trends in the society. Develop a team of clinical experts from all domains so that they can recommend strategies and responses to the information passed on by the epidemiologists. And most importantly, integrate artificial intelligence specialists and data analysts into our system who will specifically study Ayurvedic data. This is one area which I feel Ayurveda can do. I mean, it works wonders, artificial intelligence, because there are many variables and artificial intelligence loves variables. So Ayurveda has got a lot of variables. So we have to do this now. If not now, I think we'll have missed the bus. Very important, right? So to conclude, now there is no dearth of talent in Ayurveda. The issue is one of a vision which is lacking to develop Ayurveda as a robust, scientific and reliable system of individual and public healthcare system. This is very important. So we should not only rely on individuals, credits or laurels, or I have done this, I have done. No, the message should go through the system. People should recognize one healthy trend, which Dr. Archana presented, which was very encouraging, that people are open to try Ayurveda. So we should capture that. We should, build on that. So we should see that Ayurveda develops as a public healthcare system, which was what was envisioned by our acharyas. So we have to reach that area, and with the journeys should start today. So I think that there's a lot of scope, and we should all put down heads together. And I hope that with this, the workshop, the car which has organized this, something fruitful will come of this, and hopefully we'll all work together to develop Ayurveda as a robust scientific system. Thank you, Dr. Pratibha and everyone for giving me an opportunity.
So, Dr. Akash, I hope to see you tomorrow in the consortium.
Sure, thank you. I will.
And I think Dr. Ashok wants to make a comment, please.
I congratulate Akash for being so frank and outspoken and need of the time. But I would like to reassure him that I had a discussion with Dr. Kotecha as well as others, and we are on the way of making a national big data kind of collection and compulsory data collection. But where are the people in Ayurvedic data analysis? So training programs is something we should have emphasized first. Second point is Institute of Science. Indian Institute of Science is moving into integrated medical education. And they asked my guidance and advice, and they have a laboratory on farm. And I talked to Dr. Rajesh Kotecha, and he's so progressive that he said that that would be given to all Ayurvedic clinics. It's a wonderful, very affordable laboratory. Even COVID, they have got a test done, like simple, stiff test. So I think that your emphasis is right. And Pratibha is rightly saying that we'll make some recommendations on 19th. Thank you very much for a very frank and very relevant presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for
your. Thank you, Dr. Vaidya. And yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to say, that we needed some candid observations as well. So thank you for bringing that in. That really gives us all the varied perspectives. Very, very important. So thank you so much, Dr. Akash. All of your recommendations are noted, and we look forward to having you tomorrow in the Manthana session, closed door. So I'll just take a minute to make some important announcements. First of all, we have a survey in the chat box. Dr. Rajesh, can you post it now? So Dr. Rajesh, one of our volunteers, is posting the survey, feedback survey. Please take a minute. It takes probably just 30 seconds. If you can please, please take this survey and let us know what your assessment of the sessions was from yesterday and industry round. And please make sure to have your correct name on your Zoom display, because that's the name in which the certificates will automatically go out. And there are other announcements going on in the chat box. Please check them out. Thank you so much. I'm going to invite Dr. Vandana to introduce our next speaker now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha. Now I have the pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Vaidya Anupma Kidakvetil, Anu, PhD. She is a professor and welcome, Dr. Anu. She is a professor and program director of Ayurvedic medicine at Southern California University of Health Sciences and president of the Atreya Herbs. Title of her presentation is Characteristics, Beliefs, and Experience of Patients Seeking Ayurvedic Care in US. Welcome, Dr. Anupma. You can start your presentation now.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vandana. Namaste, everyone. It's a great privilege for me to be in this platform with all these great speakers. And so proud to see that CAR is organizing this conference, bringing all the great researchers on this one platform and having this discussion. And thanks to Pratibhaji and team for the invitation. So let me share my screen. I hope you can see my presentation, the slides.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the topic for today's characteristic, beliefs, and experience of patients seeking Ayurvedic care. So as you all know, Ayurveda is growing globally, especially in US, we can see the tremendous growth in the last 2 decades. So when this portion at the end product, we education, research, herbs, everything we are planning to serve our patient. So it's very important to understand what influenced the Ayurvedic practice, understand the clinical, the patient belief system and characteristic, and what actually, what kind of patients are coming for Ayurvedic treatment in US, and we couldn't find any study that actually motivated for me to conduct this research here in US. So a substantial amount of population seeks the alternative and complementary medicine care for a variety of conditions, and use of CAM is predicted by both patient condition and characteristic. And literature shows that the patient with the chronic pain, headache, and other ailments often seek CAM therapy for both addressing the sickness and maintaining health. So the current body of evidence on characteristic of patients seeking CAM therapy is limited in scope. So we could not identify the study which determined the Ayurvedic patient's characteristic belief and experience. So we designed the study that aims to determine the characteristic and the belief system, etc. So this study also bridged the gap in the current body of knowledge on predictive factor for Ayurveda usage. So the objective is to identify the patient characteristic, beliefs, and experience, and to determine if health and health behavior have changed since beginning Ayurvedic care, and to determine the patient's adherence to the Ayurvedic care provided by the Ayurvedic practitioner. Actually, NIH is very much interested now looking at the adherence pattern among the alternative medicine usage. An anonymous survey was administered during the patient visit at Ayurveda clinics in US. All returning patients that had visited the Ayurveda clinic minimum of 3 times were asked to complete this survey. The criteria for recurring patients was developed, an attempt to allow Ayurvedic perception to materialize. So we want to make sure they are at least having a 3 visits. So minimum 3 visits and above are the patients selected for completing this survey. So the survey was administered through the Survey Monkey via the public link so that no patients identifying information are collected. IRB approval was received to conduct the study. So survey was administered at 2 locations, at the University Health Center and Atreya Ayurveda Integrative Health Center. So University Health Center, we had about 6 Ayurvedic practitioners practicing, and Atreya Ayurveda Integrative Health Center, we had 2 Ayurvedic practitioners practicing there. So the front desk person at the both location was uniformly trained and administered the survey to the patient. And the survey was open till we get the target number. We have not done the sample size calculation, but we thought that 150 patients data will give enough information. And we do have a plan to conduct a larger trial later. So the survey instrument was tested for the face validity by administering to the 10 patients. And based on the face validity, we did make some changes in the instrument, the format and the question pattern. We made it a little more clear so that the patient can understand what we are trying to ask. So the result, we got 151 patients completed by the time I closed the survey. It became 151. So as you see, other published data in CAM, alternative medicine, 72% of the patients who visited for Ayurvedic care were female patients and 27% were male. And if you look at the other demographic data, the age range, majority of them are from 36 to 64 years, and majority of them, 47% were married. And look at the level of education also. It's reflect the same published data what is available in alternative medicine. Higher education patients with the higher education backgrounds have more attraction towards the camp. But something which really made me to think, an important thing I noticed here is, so the bachelor and master degree. So even for patients who come for Ayurveda, it shows a little more higher than other healthcare practitioners. So, and household income, 125,000 and above, that's also a little higher range. About 26% of people were from that category. I'm thinking it may be because at present Ayurveda is not a licensed healthcare system and it's not included under insurance. So at present, pretty much it can be afforded by only people with a little better economic status, right? Because it's out of pocket coverage. We have to do the service payment. And ethnicity, white or Caucasian, about 33% of the patient visiting her, white or Caucasian, and the next category was Asian with 19%. Again, this is based on only the 151 patients data. Okay, so that's a limitation here, but it gives us an idea in the trend for what type of patients are visiting in Ayurveda service. And we also asked the question about insurance status, because that's another concern. Maybe the people come for Ayurveda and other healthcare, they don't have insurance. I hear that sometimes in a alternative medicine platform discussion, but it's not that 80% of the patient already have the insurance. So it's not they don't have insurance, they are coming. And we also asked about the primary health condition treated by Ayurvedic practitioner. The literature shows that the main condition where CAM is used by the public is the pain, right? Headache and pain. That's a couple, 2 or 3 research published over that area. But here we have noticed the digestive system problem. 31% of the people were digestive system problem, and the 29% were suffering from anxiety. And I only reported up to 11%. We actually created the question based on different system and other category also we kept. So maybe gut health is very important in Ayurvedic concept, and I believe it looks like our publics are aware about that. So that's an interesting, little different from the existing published research. And the type of treatment received for primary health condition along with Ayurvedic care, because this is another discussion usually come in several meetings. Oh, maybe Ayurveda is used in the US as more integrative practice. That means either Ayurveda with the conventional medicine or Ayurveda with other healthcare modality. But yes, we do see the pattern here. The patients, about 27% of patients were simultaneously for the same complaint, they were taking acupuncture and conventional medicine. But look at the 34% of the patient report that they were only taking the Ayurvedic care, So, that is actually giving promising results. So people are just only depending on Ayurveda to treat or help with to get the help with their condition they are seeking, coming to the clinic. Then another important question we asked is satisfaction with the Ayurvedic care. About 90% of the patient reported that they are satisfied with the care they received. Quality of life. This is my interesting actually part. You might have seen in many of the clinical trial, we use the quality of life scale, right, to identify the changes before and after the treatment. So to understand whether Ayurveda treatment really helped to improve the quality of life, doesn't matter which condition they are coming in. So 88% of the patient reported that Ayurvedic care helped to improve overall quality of life. And I think this is an important data to educate our public about the potentiality of Ayurveda. It's not only just treating the disease, it also plays a role to improve the quality of life. And then overall health improved since starting Ayurvedic care. Again, 90% of the patient reported that. Sleep improvement, about 75% of the patient reported that sleep improved after they started Ayurvedic care. Health behavior. This is a major public health concern, right? Various public health departments in US are really concentrating, how can we make better? How can we educate our public about the health behavior, which play a role in prevention of the disease as well as the treating the disease. So look at the data here. I know among 151 patients, 87% of the patients reported that since starting Ayurvedic healthcare, their health behaviors, the diet and exercise part is improved. So that means Ayurveda can introduce into the public healthcare system, right? So this is a really good data actually. And then Ayurveda, since I start the Ayurvedic care, it helps me with making me feel happy and peaceful with myself, So that is the another, everybody at the end goal of every individual, what? To be happy, right? Whatever we do, the end goal is to how can we be happy, right? So the data shows that, yes, Ayurveda not only treating the disease, it also helped to make them to feel happy and peaceful with themselves. And then another question, Ayurvedic practitioner is the first healthcare provider I want to see about my general health. That was the another, you can see traditionally back in my hometown, we have an Ayurvedic Vaidya for everything, even if it's cough, cold, or any, bigger disease, we go and get their advice first. So I was curious to know, conventional medical practice now, we don't see that kind of a model, slowly losing that. Maybe sometimes we may be able to see it. So I was curious to know that how does the current patient think about, do they think that their Ayurvedic practitioner is the first healthcare provider they want to see about their general health? And 81% of the patients say that, yes, they wanted to see the Ayurvedic healthcare provider as their first healthcare practitioner. So patients' belief system. There are several studies nowadays coming up with the belief system. It is the hypothesis that patient belief system play a major role in using the usage of certain modality, as well as how the effective they feel, and in reality world, how the effectiveness it produces. So the NIH also very much interested in a different research study where the belief system is a scale to measure the change. So, this is also this question based on the literature, I came up with this question. I believe that good health is a result of a healthy habit, such as eating healthy food, exercise regularly, and not smoking. So 90% of participants believes that, and again, health is a result of achieving balance in my life. 93% of the patient believe that. And they believe that Ayurvedic approach to the healthcare is well aligned with their personal belief and value. You can see that our ethnicity wise, it's not just Indian or Asian community. We had the majority of the people who visited was from Caucasian. So what it shows that, maybe the patients who comes for Ayurveda already have a positive belief system, positive attitude to their life, or they are educated about the positive belief system. And the type of care received an Ayurvedic practitioner. So we went and looked at what type of care, when they came to the clinic, what type of care they were receiving. So 96% received dietary recommendation, and about 95% received herbal recommendation. About 65% received oil therapy. So then we asked the question, usually when a patient comes to us, the first question they usually, how difficult is the diet recommendation? Do you think I can take this herb? These herbs are very bitter, and how it is? Like, that's quite commonly seen question. So look at this, out of 151 patients, 145 patients reported that they received the diet recommendation. Out of 145 patients, 38% reported that they completely adhered to the practitioner dietary recommendation. And we don't have the data about the adherence of the treatment. I couldn't find anything in the Ayurvedic medicine. So same way, and 55% of the patient reported that it is easy to implement the dietary recommendation. Again, about the herbal recommendation, about 55% reported that completely adhered, and 78% of patients report that it is easy to implement. So compared to herbs and diet is a little bit challenging from the patient perception. And then the next one, how did they hear about
to wrap, Dr. Anu?
Thank you. I will speed up. Thank you. So how did you hear about Ayurveda? So that, just curious to know about it. So majority of the patient, they are hearing from their friend, relative, or acquaintance, but we do see that the, influence from yoga and media and other healthcare provider, that is actually for me, is promising other healthcare provider recommending Ayurvedic practitioner. So in the summary, 151 patients completed the study. Patients who received the Ayurvedic care have the positive belief and experience about the care they received. And 90% of the patients reported the satisfaction with the care and also the overall health improvement. And about 88% of patients reported quality of life improved. And then there are 87% of patients report health behavior, diet and exercise improved, and patients feeling more happier and peaceful with oneself after starting the Ayurvedic treatment. And the majority of the patient also reported that Ayurvedic practitioner is the first healthcare provider they want to see about their general health. So to conclude, patients were seeking the treatment for diverse variety of health-related condition. Now we can probably, again, based on one study, but I hear, oh, Ayurveda, it's mainly for the massage they are coming, or mainly for the health and wellness care. But I see that we can see the data that it's for the diverse variety of health-related condition, and 31% of the patients were with the digestive problem. Similar to other alternative medicine, one more female sought Ayurvedic care. Age category was from 36 to 64 years were dominated among the patient. Well-educated people with a higher income more likely to seek Ayurveda service. Maybe once we have the license and then more insurance, more people may be able to afford the Ayurvedic service. At present, it is more, restricted with that area. Ayurvedic medicine influence not only addressing the health-related condition, but also improvement in healthy behavior, overall quality of life, and positive state of mind. This is actually we need to do this study in a larger trial. Further study with the larger sample size is needed to conduct in a multiple Ayurvedic clinic in US. This kind of data we can use to bring the policy level changes, right? Because every healthcare system is looking for improving the quality of life, improving the health behavior. So Ayurvedic medicine can play, or maybe able to play a role in improving the health and health-related belief of the public. So these are my reference, and thank you. I hope I'm on time. Thank you. Namaste. Thanks for this opportunity.
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Anupama. Oh, that was such an interesting survey, and we all wanted to see more and more data, I guess. So we'll look forward to seeing you and hearing more from you. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Mohan.
Okay. Let me.
I just want to confirm, Anu, you're going to come tomorrow, right?
Yes, I will be there for the wedding.
Thank you. Thank you. Brilliant survey.
Okay. Let me welcome our next speaker, Dr. Ashwini Godbole. Are you there, Dr. Ashwini? I don't see Dr. Ashwini.
She was here, so let me find her. Dr. Ashwini, can you unmute and speak?
And turn on your video, please.
Okay. Yeah, she has dropped off, unfortunately, maybe internet issue. Can we get the next speaker?
We have Dr. Supriya Balera here.
Yeah. Dr. Vanda, can you introduce, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please spotlight on?
Actually, Dr. Ashwini is here. Sorry.
Oh, she's here.
Oh, okay. So yes, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. She's joining. Okay.
I think you have to make a call.
Yes. Yes. Dr. Ashwini, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had some little bit of glitch.
Internet issue.
Yeah.
Dr. Maha, you want to introduce?
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Dr. Ashwini. Dr. Ashwini Godbole is Associate Professor at the Center for Ayurveda Biology and Holistic Nutrition at the Transdisciplinary University. After doing her PhD from the NCBS TIFR, she did her postdoctoral research at the Institute of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine, FRLHD. And like Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan mentioned, she's one of the modern scientists who has turned her focus on working with Vaidyas and Ayurveda neurobiology. Over to you, Dr. Ashwini.
Yeah. So I'm going to use the same trick as Archana, and I'll say namaste to everyone, and I'll start sharing my presentation. So I'm really going to go very fast on my presentation because I was very put in a lot of slides, which will show you that what we are doing at TDU, but I won't be dealing with it in detail. The motive to show this is just to tell you that we are doing this, and we are very keen on collaborating and making partnerships. So to start with, in TDU, because we have a variety of people there, and we deal with a lot of traditional knowledge related subjects, including Ayurveda biology. And we have Vaidyas there, which is very important. We have a 100-bed hospital, and we have Vaidya scientists. And yes, Dr. Bailey's talk, and then today again Bhushan sir's talk, and so on. All of us have realized that we do mistake of having every Ayurveda degree holder to be both Vaidya and Vaidya scientist, and that's not really very fair. And we have a very different category as Vaidya scientists, similar to the modern science that there are scientists and then there are doctors. So in TDU we have Vaidya scientists, and scientists, biologists and chemists like me. And then there are modern doctors. We have partnerships with modern biomedicine organizations, hospitals, and doctors themselves. So that's why it's a very good ecosystem. Having said that, we need more partnerships to make this ecosystem more robust. So my group, the group where I belong to, works on nervous system health and disease. So we are strong believers that wellness is a strong point of Ayurveda, very positive thing, and we should concentrate more on that. And that goes to saying that even if you are looking at the cell biological level or biochemical level, you will see that there is so much of overlap between the pathways which are health related, and same pathways actually are vitiated or derailed, and that's why the disease happens. That means that the pathways are very overlapping. So you enhance health and the disease will be less. So with that principle, we are working in TDU for nervous system health and disease, and for that matter for everything. So when it comes to health, we can say about development, how well is the nervous system developed, how well it is maintained, how much is the regenerative capacity, how is the function of the nervous system, and whether the structure and function is maintained. The relationship, also the dependence is there between structure and function, and whether that is maintained or not, the relationship is maintained or not. So that all that is very important, and we are trying to look at two things using this kind of philosophy or this kind of working model, working strategy, which is quite transdisciplinary. So we look at Ayurveda, read the text, read the samhitas, not myself, but there are scholars, and I learn from them, and we come up with an understanding. Then we have very keen look at practice of Ayurveda, and that then we actually try and do, after doing these two aspects, looking at these two aspects, we try to do clinical research and the mode of research using the model organisms. So it's a three-pronged approach. We have main central theme is also clinical research, and chemistry and biology all put together will tell us what is the mode of action or how things are working, and whether in every scenario, whether it is working or not, in different scenario, is it working differently, and so on. So when it comes to clinical research, we are mainly dealing with cognitive research, and age-related cognition actually, and Parkinson's disease. And I will tell you a little bit more on that. Then in chemistry, we are trying to look at what is the logic behind designing a formulation. What is the function of base? If it is ghee, what is the function? How it matters, and what is the of course the herb part of it also. The biology research is mainly dependent on model systems, and I use C. elegans or worm as a model system. Excuse me. So we like to begin with basics. So we start with Shastra, the concepts and practice, go to science, and it's all the time it's back and forth journey. It's never one way, and it's all the time going on. This loop is all the time going on, and that's the beauty of it, and that's why we enjoy it thoroughly. So when I started thinking about nervous system or Medhya Rasayana, obviously the first question was about Medhya, Methya, and that's why Metha. And that's what I understood after reading and talking to the experts, talking to the scholars from Ayurveda, very senior physicians, very senior scholars, that there are three parts. And we also know in modern understanding cognition has three parts: memory, attention, and concentration. And this was very, very enriching exercise, I would say. So I got an opportunity being indeed you to do this, and also look at the shlokas in the real sense, discuss it, and then design the experiments or clinical experiments or the lab experiments accordingly. Then we came up with an understanding that we can maybe divide it in three things: and health food, and then nutraceutical herbs, and supportive treatment if there is a disease or a problem. And when we were talking a little bit about how Ayurveda can be of public health kind of intervention, or it's a public health initiative. So that's to make it that way, we really have to think about food and the nutraceutical herbs, I feel, which can be easily included in the day-to-day life. So for clinical research, cognition-related research, we are taking a community-based research approach, and we are trying to see what is the cognitive performance of Indian population, because there is a lot of studies, a lot of talk about many different populations, and we very well know that every population has different characteristics, be it then within Indian population, Indian urban population is different from Indian rural population, and so on. Education makes a difference, a lot of financial background, social structure makes a difference. That's why we thought it's a necessity for us to look at our population first. And we saw definitely age-related decline in cognition. And when we take a very zoomed in look at it, when we actually separate out all the types of memory, like auditory memory, logical memory, visual memory, we still see that there is a decline. And in logical memory, we don't really see much decline up to the decade which we have studied, 76 to 85 age group. So this is what we are actually trying to do in the community-based clinical study. Then we take this population. We also have added analyze the stress levels and the anxiety levels and the sleep, very importantly, the sleep quality. And we try and see what do we see, what trends do we see, and then come to Ayurveda and say, now if I kept actually friends, Ayurveda scholars, and said that tell me something which is single formulation, and when the person does not have any problem, but as a promotive positive intervention, what can we use for cognition? And more or less unanimously they said Brahmi Grita, and that's why we have chosen Brahmi Grita as the formulation of choice. And then this we have seen that this traditionally made Brahmi Grita, and we try and look at how we can actually see how we can use Brahmi Grita. So Brahmi Grita anyway is used in practice for loss of memory or enhancing memory if there is any decline, or then sensory and motor abilities, speed of thinking, and to stop degeneration or to prevent degeneration. Then we learned a lot over the first 1 year, 1.5 years, and we saw that there is age-related decline. And very importantly, we are also trying to do Prakriti and Agni assessment at various time points in our study in the community-based clinical trial. And we saw that there is definitely would be interesting data coming up, but we haven't got we haven't reached there yet, and we are walking towards that. But we need to get enough data so that we can do the analysis. But we are collecting Prakriti information and Agni information. Then we have said that we learned from our initial time, and then we said that we need to look at a person over 6 months. First 3 months will be the self-control period, and the same person will be participating in the trial, which is the next 3 months. This first 3 months is taken as a preparatory stage, where all the other parameters like B12 or HbA1c, like diabetes, and all will be looked at and taken care of if there are little deviations. And it will be nice to look at the same person before and after. So that's the reason, and without the intervention and with intervention. And that's why we have this kind of design we have made now, and we are doing the trial now. And we have we are comparing Brahmi Grita with Brahmi extracts and the plain ghee. So to understand what is the logic even behind the formulation. And we have seen that Brahmi Grita definitely shows positive results. And I'll quickly tell you that we have seen that when we look at auditory memory, when the performance is really low, we can see the change in Brahmi, and this person also had to have had higher stress indicator from the stress scale which we had. And but if we pool all the data together, so this is patient-wise data, but when we pool all the data together, we see that the first initial data and the control period data, there is not much of change in when it comes to auditory learning, but auditory learning definitely goes up after Brahmi intervention. And same is with the auditory memory. So both the learning and memory shows positive trend. And we are still collecting data. I'm excited about these results. That's why I'm sharing with you all the very preliminary results with the hope that one is that you will tell me I'll get critical comments, and also for letting you know that we are doing this, so if we can join hands together. And very interestingly, in first few participants, we saw that it's a reverse scale, lower is better, and the sleep quality definitely improved. And subjectively also, all those participants said, we are feeling better, our sleep is much better, and which was troubling us. So I think the quality of life indications, sleep improvement, all these are very good indicators of how Ayurveda is working, how Ayurvedic treatment works, how Ayurvedic formulations work. And we were also keeping an eye on lipid profile of these people, because we are also, one of the formulations is ghee and Brahmi ghee, and the other is plain ghee, but we do not see very deleterious effect on the triglycerides and things like that. But as I said, this is preliminary data. We are still collating the data. We still actually acquiring data. The trial is still on. So
Rashmini.
Yeah. So clinical research, I will skip through this because Namita is a speaker after me, and she has data for this, but we are also research which is not going on right now. So with a very high pace, but we are still hopeful to regain the pace again. And we saw positive results on this as well. So we are doing new initiatives, as Archana, everybody, Rama madam had said that we are doing, trying to include fMRI and trying to see objectively how we can look at it. So other model which I use is Caenorhabditis elegans, and that is where we are trying to see what is the mode of action, what are the changes happening, molecular changes happening in the system, and how we can actually look at the dravyas from Ayurveda to see how we can stop this. So we look at again these dravyas, and the concepts from Ayurveda like Shruta Shutana, Agni Vyapara, increase in metabolism capacity, metabolic capacity, and Poshana, and try to see whether we can look at these changes in a system like C. elegans. And if you don't know, many people might know or might not know, it's a worm which has very good nervous system, and we can genetically modify it and study it part by part, if not whole. And the advantage is it's an organism, so we can look at it at behavioral level, we can look at learning and memory. We have Alzheimer's and Parkinson's model, and we can look at parameters like longevity and aging. So I will just zoom through this because we don't have time, and we see that there is lifespan extension because of Brahmi Grita. The good news is that plain Grita also shows lifespan extension. That means the diet intervention which Ayurveda suggests is very useful, makes sense, and makes a lot of sense. Then we can actually check memory in worms, and again Brahmi shows improvement in memory. There are some other herbs which we see, and Brahmi swaras are here. So every time I'm saying Brahmi, some formulation which is already given in Ayurveda and not the extract or purified molecules. So we have Alzheimer models, and we also have, we can also do molecular biology because friendly that way for cell biology and molecular biology studies. And we have Parkinson's model where we have dopaminergic neurons which are marked with fluorescent protein, and we can look at the neurodegeneration of these neurons and see how we can correlate it with mode of action of Ayurvedic thing. And we have publication on this were related to the herbs which are used in Parkinson's treatment. So this has been a very useful exercise till now, and we have a good team in TDU with Professor Kushu coming in. MRI aspect is also added. But we still have a long way to complete. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The pieces can come from anywhere and everywhere and should come from there. And we should try and complete the puzzle. So we are all open for collaborations and partnerships and very eager to be collaborate and partner with people. So we have not only research activities, education and outreach activities at EDU, and we can join hands in whichever way, whether in the research programs or in education and outreach. I'll just take a few seconds more. We have launched the MSc Life Sciences Ayurveda Biology program this year, and I really request all of you to spread the word. It's going to be a very good program, I hope, because we will be making a lot of Vaidya scientists, and the people coming will be from Ayurveda background or the pure science background or medical doctors like MBBS. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini. Thank you for a wonderful presentation and sharing the info that makes a bridge between Ayurveda and scientists. So it is definitely informative and helpful for our participants. And your presentation that going back to basics, focusing on wellness, enhancing wellness, focusing on food. These are the interesting things that we need to see, which is coming through all the presentations. Thank you very much. Now I would like to announce our next presenter, Dr. Supriya Bhalerao. Can we please put spotlight on her?
One second. Dr. Pratibha, you have to make co-host.
I'm trying to see her.
Yes, but she has to. I'm just trying to find her too.
Yes.
Can you switch on your video, Dr. Supriya?
I have to.
Yeah. So if Dr. Supriya is not here, is she here?
Yes, she is here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, go ahead with the introduction. I'll make her co-host. Thank you.
Okay. So Dr. Supriya Bhalerao is MD, PhD, PG Diploma in Bioethics. She is Associate Professor and Head, Obesity Diabetes Research Lab, Interactive Research School for Health Affairs, Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University Pune. Title of her presentation is Research on Metabolic Diseases, Experiences and Learnings. Welcome, Dr. Supriya. You can start your presentation now. Are you able to share your screen? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana, for this introduction, and thank you, Kar, for inviting me here to share some of our experiences on research in obesity. I hope my slides are visible and my voice is audible.
Yes, everything is good.
Yeah, so we all know that obesity is increasing in epidemic proportion worldwide, and US is on top of the, leading the world on the obesity cases. And we know that orlistat is the only drug which modern medicine can approve. Modern medicine can offer us, because it is the only drug which is approved by FDA as of now. On the other hand, there are debates going on whether we can declare obesity as a disease, and the reason which has been mentioned is not only that BMI has some limitations, but modern medicine doesn't offer a full-fledged definition for obesity. Like there is no applicable phenotype or a scientific definition for obesity. And on this background, the information which is there in the Ayurveda is quite interesting. Ayurveda has given importance to metabolic diseases. Maybe they were highly prevalent in those days, as evident by 3 dedicated chapters for obesity and also 2 chapters for diabetes. So of the 120 chapters in Charak Samhita, 5 chapters are dedicated for obesity and diabetes. That highlights the importance of these diseases. These descriptions have some similarity with conventional medicines, in some instances, for example, prognosis of, but there are some unique approaches in terms of diagnosis and management strategies which are there in Ayurveda. And as we have seen that modern medicine doesn't give a proper definition of obesity, Ayurveda has defined obesity very clearly. Ayurveda has given symptoms of obesity and also the diagnosis of this, and we have done some work in each of these aspects, and Dr. Marda was referring that we should have something for Samhanan, that is muscle tone assessment, and we have developed a method how we can assess the Samhanan in patients. So these are a few areas where we are working, but majority of our work is in management options and how Ayurveda can offer some management for obesity and diabetes. And we have chosen Triphala as our preferred drug because it is cited many times in Ayurveda references, in Ayurveda texts for management of obesity. And we, after selecting the drug, we have done quite a few survey on this particular drug. The first survey was utilization of Triphala by Ayurvedic physicians for management of obesity. That was restricted to Pune city, and we found that the 86 physicians whom we interviewed, 85 of them were using Triphala for management of obesity. We did a survey of marketed anti-obesity Ayurvedic and herbal formulations, and we found that Triphala was present in more than 65% formulations. And recently we completed a study which is exploratory of its kind, where we tried to study the knowledge, uses and attitudes regarding Triphala in community, and we have interviewed around 750 individuals from 5 different parts of our country, and we found that 50% of individuals have prior knowledge and experience of using Triphala. So all these facts establish the long history of safe use for Triphala, and many of our papers are published. I have given the references at relevant places. After doing this kind of observational studies, we also established the efficacy and safety of Triphala in a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled study. And we have worked on 2 formulations, basically Triphala and Trimad, and we studied the effect of these formulations on anthropometry and body composition in overweight and obese individuals. And we established the efficacy in a first, this is very interesting that though Triphala is so much revered and so much well-known formulation from Ayurveda, there are hardly studies, clinical studies on Triphala, basically in obesity domain. So this was probably a first study from India, which has evaluated the efficacy of Triphala in patients, obese patients. And interestingly, we have used a flexible dose design here. And this paper is available, so I'm not going into details of the methodology and the results. But after doing this clinical study, we further went ahead and we did we studied the effect of Triphala on various in a high-fat diet-induced obesity in rats. And it was classically, I shouldn't say classically because Vaidya sir is here, but this was kind of a reverse pharmacology model which we used, and then we studied the effect of Triphala in high-fat diet-induced obesity in rats, and we studied various parameters like body weight, food intake, lipid profile, glucose. Then we studied the inflammatory markers, IL-6, interleukin-6 and C-reactive protein, because obesity is regarded as a chronic low-grade inflammatory disease. Then we studied the effect on adipokines, that is the hormones which are secreted from adipocytes, leptin and adiponectin. We studied the effect on oxidative stress, brain monoamines, because they are involved in hunger and satiety mechanism, and we also studied the expression of genes involved in lipogenesis and lipolysis. And Triphala has shown the very good results on all these parameters. The paper is in press and it will be available very soon. But further, we also studied in this particular project only effect on liver morphology and histopathology. So you can see here that the first picture is of normal control rat's liver, and the next picture is of high-fat diet-fed rat's liver. So it is bulky and heavier than the normal control liver. And then when we treated the animals with Triphala, there was reduction in the weight, there was decrease in the milkiness, and same thing was reflected in histopathology. You can see that there are very white or yellowish droplets. You can see they are the oil droplets or fat droplets which were seen in the disease control, that means the high fat diet fed animals, and which these kind of droplets were not seen in Triphala treated animals. So this way we explored the mechanism. And one more interesting thing, that we evaluated effect of Triphala on adipocyte diameter. in these animals, because adipocytes get hypertrophied and they are inflamed in obesity. So we measured the adipocyte size, and in high fat diet fed rats, there was increase in adipocyte size, almost double than the normal control animals, and triphala treated animals showed a dose dependent decrease in the adipocyte size, and it was quite near to normal. So this is how we studied the effect mechanism of action of triphala, and the same thing we evaluated even in 3T3L1 cell line model. This 3T3L1 cell line model is a fibroblast cell line model, and I like this model very much because it is very close to Ayurvedic philosophy also. These are the fibroblast cell lines cells, and which get converted into adipocytes in presence of insulin. So it is like a process which is there, which is mentioned in Ayurveda texts, like Mausa dhatu gets converted into Meda dhatu. So fibroblast gets converted into Meda dhatu, and in presence of triphala, what happens to these cells? That is what we have studied. And you can see here the left uppermost left corner is of control cells, and the red drops which you can see are of oil fat droplets. And when insulin was added to these cell lines and adipogenesis was induced, you can see that there was increase in the fat droplets, and after treatment with triphala there is reduction in the droplets, and the same thing, the same fat droplets were extracted, and the lipid content was measured, and triphala has shown dose dependent decrease in the fat content or a lipid droplet content of the adipocytes. And we also studied in this cell line the adipogenic gene expression. These are different genes: PPAR, gamma, GLUT4, FAS, that is fatty acid synthase, and CEBP alpha. So all these genes are involved in adipogenesis at some or other level, and you can see that these tallest bar is of insulin triggered or insulin adipogenesis, the cells where adipogenesis was induced using insulin. And when in the same cells triphala was added, there was blunting of or down regulation of the genes, and the regulation was almost near to the normal cells. So this was another experiment which we carried out, where we could show that how triphala works and how it affects the adipogenesis process itself. So these are our experiments with triphala, and I want to share with you another experiment which we did with a very interesting concept, Takrabasti, that is buttermilk enema, which we gave to obese individuals. And we are discussing since yesterday that Ayurveda is not only drugs and formulations, but there is a lot of therapeutic procedures. The concepts of Ayurveda are also very rich. So with this objective, we worked on this Takrabasti, and buttermilk was processed with 8 different herbs which are listed here. And this Takrabasti was given to the obese individuals for 16 days, and baseline assessment was done, and then the next assessment was done after the completion of Basti course, and then we didn't give anything for 30 days, and we had a last follow-up on day 45. So this was our study design, and it was an exploratory study. And the thing which I have not shown in this slide, that in this particular study we evaluated the effect of Takrabasti on gut microbiome. And as usual, we also evaluated the effect on different anthropometry and body composition parameters. And interestingly, the Takrabasti did not show much difference on body weight and fat percentage, but it reduced the circumferential measures and skin fold thickness. There was a significant decrease, and the lipid profile also remained unaltered throughout the treatment and even after follow-up. The interesting finding was that the insulin levels were increased after the Takrabasti administration. Initially, we thought that it must be like insulin resistance might be getting developed in these individuals because they are already obese. So when we checked their sugar levels were going down, but the insulin level, insulin level was increasing, and then it further went down. So maybe Takrabasti has some kind of action on insulin secretory activity, and it might be working on incretins. So this kind of work is still pending, but this is our initial hypothesis based on the research which we observed. And then we studied the effect of Basti on gut microbial diversity, and you can see that the green bar which we can see here is a pre-treatment microbial diversity, and After the Basti treatment, the red bar, you can see that there is an increase in diversity, and this is well known that in any disease condition, there is a increase in a particular kind of phyla or particular kind of genera, and that is why the diversity is reduced, and that is why the disease is emerged. So we could show that after Takrabasti, there is increase in microbial diversity. But after the 45, I mean, after 30 days, that means after stopping the treatment, after 30 days, when we have not given any treatment, the microbiome came back to the normal level. But this is a very initial finding, and maybe we have to increase the Basti duration, or maybe we have to repeat Takrabasti again, the second course of Takrabasti. So these are different, what we can say that further work, or we can consider doing these things in future. And we have studied the microbial diversity at phyla level, genera level. And again, the middle bar here, the horizontal middle bar is of before treatment, and then the lowest bar is of after treatment. And you can see here that bacterioides are reduced, certain kind of bacteria, just to, I mean, understand in a easier way, that certain kind of bacteria, or which are the bad bacteria, they got reduced after the Basti treatment. But the uppermost bar, after 45 days, the whole picture came back to the normal level. So again, the same thing, that we may have to increase the duration, and maybe we have to repeat the course of Basti. So this is the paper which is published on this particular work, and that can also be assessed easily. So with this, I mean, considering the time constraints, I have shared only 2 studies with you. And the last thing is what we can do and what are our future plans in the obesity research area. That personalized treatment modalities is something which we are thinking about, and maybe Prakriti wise treatment, specifically Kapha and Pitta Prakriti obesity, how it differs, and whether we can offer different treatment modalities. Then role of Ayurvedic medicines in developmental origins of obesity. Can Ayurvedic medicines, I mean, whether the Ayurvedic medicines will work on that level and show the developmental changes also. Then non-pharmacological approaches for prevention of these diseases, specifically not obesity, but diabetes and diabetes associated conditions. And we are actually working on a study where we are giving yoga interventions to pre-diabetic individuals and trying to restore their blood sugar levels. And more than that, our objective in the yoga study is whether the samhanan of these individuals can be restored, and whether that indicates that there is a improvement in samhanan, indicates that there is an improvement in glycemic control also. And lastly, after listening to last 2 days, I mean today and yesterday, what I think that what we need for further research, that shift from wishful thinking to outcome oriented action plans. Because many times it is said that we should do this, we can do this, we have to do this, but what we need actually is outcome oriented action plans. And our lab is committed to do this kind of research in future as well. So thank you very much. These are my colleagues, and these are my lab mates. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Supriya, for a wonderful presentation and being here today. We are very thankful that out of your hectic schedule and some challenges, you have been able to make it. We are really very thankful, and hope that you will be able to contribute tomorrow as well, because your study on Trafla and Takra and your suggestion from wishful thinking to getting to the outcomes is definitely we want to hear tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Namyata Pathak, Vaidya Namyata Pathak. So let us find her and put spotlight on. Yes.
Hello, namaste.
Namaste, Dr. Vaidya Namyata Pathak. Let me introduce you first and you can start your presentation.
Okay.
So Vaidya Scientist Nami is a BMS, MD, Ayurveda, Vaidya Scientist Fellow. She practices and teaches Integrative Ayurveda from her clinic, Ayurcare in Fremont, California, and Educational Chair of California Association of Ayurvedic Medicine. She is on Research Board of Council for Ayurveda Research, and she is also Adjunct Deputy Director, Clinical Research at Kasturba Health Society. So today the title of her talk is Revisiting the History of an Ayurveda-Triggered Watershed in Psychoneuropharmacology, a case for observational therapeutics and clinical judgment. Over to you, Dr. Vaidya Namyata. You can start your presentation now.
Okay, thank you. Namaste, and can you see my screen?
Yes, we can hear you and see you well.
Excellent, excellent. So looks like I have the finale presentation for this amazing event that has been put together by CAR. Congratulations for this mammoth feat that you have pulled together. And I am extremely grateful to have this opportunity to share some of my thoughts in steering our common mission and passion for the next decade. I have chosen to talk a little bit, taking from Dr. Supriya's last statement, from wishful thinking to outcome-oriented research. And I have, taken this opportunity to share some of my emergent thoughts in that direction. I have worked extensively in Parkinson's disease and in cardiometabolic disorders, and I've made multiple presentations of my work. But I'm choosing to talk about the next steps because I think that we are at an urgent cusp vis-a-vis COVID and the opportunity for traditional medicine. And there are a lot of prizes, hopefully, that we can all seize together, and they can happen only by collaboration. So I have retitled my talk. It's a mouthful, pardon me, but Revisiting an Ayurvedic Clinical Observation Triggered Watershed Impacting Hypertension and Parkinson's Disease, a case and a path for patient-centric clinical research systems. So I'm going to share a little story. And the story might be known to some of us, but it is not very popular as much as I would have liked to learn in my early days of Ayurveda training. So you see, it begins in the 1930s, early 1930s, by Vaidya Gannath Sen in Calcutta. He was treating patients of insanity with Revolvia serpentina. And it's known as Sarpagandha. It's a very common herb. And it was known for its effects on psychosis in folklore and traditional medicine. Now, Vaidya Gannath Sen was had acute observation skills, and he used to make good documentation. And he noticed that some of his patients who also had hypertension, the blood pressure reduced when he gave them Revolvia. And he noticed that, and it was a repetitive phenomena. So he and Dr. Karthik Chandra Bose, they published a paper on the effects that they saw. And just a second. And in that, it was written that doses of 20 to 30 grains of the powder, there was not only an hypnotic effect, but also reduction in blood pressure and the violent symptoms. And within a week, usually the patient's senses are restored, though he may show some mental aberrations. He also noticed side effects like depression, Parkinson's-like tremors, and galactorrhea. Soon, the news traveled far, and Dr. Rustam Jal Vakil, who was my mentor's teacher, he was a very famous cardiologist in Mumbai. He heard about it, and because a lot of Vaidyas and a lot of other people had started using the herb, and Dr. Jal Vakil saw 50 patients in detail over 10 years and observed them, took his clinical notes, and collected data from 50 other physicians. And he published a clinical trial of Revolvia serpentina in essential hypertension. The results were remarkable and significant. This was published in the British Medical Journal, and the world woke up to what was happening with this clinical phenomena. And after his work, there were 100 other scientific publications on that. And actively, there was this drive to isolate the chemical ingredient that was responsible for the effect that we were seeing in the clinic. And after many attempts, eventually in 1952 at Ciba-Geigy, they were able to isolate reserpine and identify that as the molecule responsible for the effects. And it was then found that it was its ability to deplete catecholamines from the peripheral sympathetic nerve endings that caused this clinical effect that we were seeing. So while studying catecholamines, in the catecholamine pathway, okay, I'm going to go into a slightly different gear. So I was working on Parkinson's disease and trying to understand dopamine and understand dopamine synthesis, and that's when I hit up on the catecholamine pathway. And when I studied the history of how that was discovered, I came across this one paper by Arvid Carlson, where he did an observation when he was studying reserpine. At that point of time, dopamine was not known. Its impact in Parkinson's disease was not, dopamine's impact in Parkinson's disease was not known. And he was studying reserpine, and he saw that, the rabbits that you see in the top, they are the ones that are under the influence of reserpine. They are knocked out. And then when he gave them levodopa, they woke up. Right, they became agile and alert back again. So the motor impact of reserpine was reversed by levodopa introduction, and that observation is what had elucidated the entire catecholamine pathway, from tyrosine to dopa to dopamine to norepinephrine and epinephrine. So what was happening is that dopamine was, if you can see my mouse, it was affecting the entire tyrosine conversion rate. However, the depletion of dopamine that was caused by reserpine was reversed when dopamine was given externally. Therefore, those parts of the effects were taken care of. Now, this observation actually got Dr. Carlson the Nobel Prize in 2001. And also earlier, Dr. Rustam Jalvakil had received the Albert Lasker Joint Award, which is like America's Nobel, in 1957 for his report on Revolvia and hypertension. So these are really landmark, paradigm-shifting events that occurred because observations were made very well, and they were documented very well. If anybody is interested in knowing more of this detail, they can look at there's a very nice paper that I recently again came across, Global Pharma and Local Science, The Untold Tale of Reserpine. So I feel really blown by this history, and I feel that when we plan the future, we look back at the history, it really tells us what to prioritize, how to look for things, and where do we channelize our energy. So, such paradigm shifting observations may occur maybe once in a century, but yet there are a lot of very important, significant, life-changing clinical observations that we can still accrue and share from peer to peer. So I have some thoughts on organized next steps for clinical observations, which I would like to share. So Louis Pasteur said, in the fields of observation, chance prefers the prepared mind. And like paradigm shifting observations, the discovery research cannot be necessarily planned. It's a divine design where an orchestra can just come about. but a preparation can definitely influence the frequency, is what my feeling is. So the preparation that we talk about is the evaluative aspects of research in the clinics. And one is, I want to start with the individuals at the clinic. So for me, for example, me as a Vaidya taking care of a client in my clinic, right? What can I do? And the other aspect is the collective outcomes, where if I am a Vaidya as a part of a network which is informed by collective guidance, and there is a whole symphony that we are a part of. What can that look like? So for the individuals at the clinic, what is doable? And I say this from personal experience of me sitting in a Western context, and I've started my own personal practice. And what are the aspects that are truly doable if I have the tools at hand? So accessible tools are disease-specific outcome measures, symptom or episode monitoring for different conditions, global health scores, and patient-reported outcomes. There are good structures that are available, which are in the published domain, which can be immediately used. For example, for Parkinson's disease, it is a UPDRS scoring, right? That would be the example for the first instrument. And symptom and episode monitoring, I am currently developing those for different scenarios as they are occurring here. The others are in the published domain as well. Fundamental constructs to consider while designing these, there are two of them. One is clinical judgment by Alvin Feinstein at Yale, and the other one is observational therapeutics, a thought leadership article by Dr. Rama Vaidya. And I'm going to talk a little bit more in detail about both of these in the next slides. The potential impact of this is clinical case publications, peer education, and repeating successes, and documentation of Ayurvedic salutogenesis, which is the process of reversal of disease. And that is a very different process than just saying that, hey, this is a drug target treatment. The process of healing, the process of reversal needs a different kind of a documentation and a storytelling. So that's for the first part. Second part is the collective outcomes used by multiple practitioners for a specific subset, where we can develop some fixed flexible templates. Yes, Vaidyas don't agree on multiple things, but there are some things that they agree on. What are those core things that they agree on? Which are the gray areas? They can be discussed or they can be evaluated, and then they can put in the core, or they can be put into a specific contextual use case scenario. So we can develop fixed flexible templates. And we need to have effective use.
2 minutes, sir, to wrap. 2 minutes.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Effective use of big data and AI. Fundamental constructs to consider are Bayesian statistics, falsifiability, decision analysis, and all of these things I've talked about earlier. And the potential impact, I will skip that. I'm going to go on to the next slide. Alvin Feinstein says acts of patient care is analogous to an experiment. Each treated patient begins with a baseline state, receives an intervention, and has an outcome exactly in an experiment. So he details all of these methodologies in clinical judgment, and I would recommend you to see his work. It was published in 1967, but it is profoundly useful for our current thought processes. And it offered intellectual excitement for clinicians who wanted to do humanistic scientific research in the care of patients. I'll skip this, go on to observational therapeutics, which was a thought leadership article in 2010, published by Dr. Rama Vaidya, and I was involved in the discussions deeply while the manuscript was being prepared. And amongst other things, she's actually been brought about the Ayurvedic angle, put in the seeds of the Ayurvedic angle for observational studies, and considerations are published there. During the COVID epidemic, COVID second wave, I was really urged to put all of this together to help India in the desperation in the first week of May. And I published this for how do we develop dynamically evolve Ayush guidelines. And it has received great feedback. And I have been asked to also pursue this further for the design in which we can synthesize all of this and take it to the next level. And Dr. Akash has very rightly talked about it in his future pandemic preparation talk. So I move on to Dr. Vaidya's conversations with Dr. Vaidya have really allowed to break free from current paradigms and see things in a whole and see which direction in which we need to create the Ayurvedic clinical research system, fundamentals, how are we going to design it, how are we going to ask questions. And in that, there's one profound statement that I would like to share that he makes, and says that confounding variables are the determining factors in an Ayurvedic treatment, and they need to be put into the design of the study itself. There's a growing team for fundamental design. There's a lot of interface experience with statistics, IT, and the Ayurvedic clinics. And these are some of the experts who have deep work, and we need to have a brainstorming session to create, even before we do the training programs for data and AI in India, we need to do the design with some of these key thought process leaders. Dr. Girish Talu had, who is also he's one of the biggest champions for clinical data and has been working in the field for 15 to 17 years. And he recently presented a talk on GIGO syndrome in Ayurveda, which is garbage in and garbage out, where, the nature of the data that you put in is going to determine the outcome. So the quality of the data is extremely crucial, and the conversation for that needs to be such that it is transformative for the practice of medicine and health.
Vidyanami, you have to.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Your enthusiasm and passion.
Thank you. Thank you for a patient hearing and for providing this opportunity.
Yes, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I was going to say that your enthusiasm and passion is pretty infectious and energizing. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. And I would like to invite Dr. Pratibha to say the concluding remarks.
You are on mute.
Oh, I am also on mute. So sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. I want to convey thanks to every attendee, every speaker, all of the experts who have been present throughout, patiently listening to other experts' thought processes and suggestions and point of view. So I think we can say that we have had 2 very successful days of brainstorming. Again, our feedback form, Dr. Rajesh, if you can post again, it should be in the chat box. Some wonderful feedbacks have started coming in. We would love to hear more. So please go ahead and take this through to maybe not even 2 minutes, like a 30-second survey, basically, very short, 5 questions. So with that, I want to also do some important thank yous to the sponsors who are always there to support. So special thank you for our platinum sponsors, Ixoreal, KSM 66, and gold sponsor, Kerala Ayurveda Academy, and our silver and bronze sponsors, Kottakkal and National Ayurvedic Medical Association, respectively. And last but not the least, no event like this is possible without village of volunteers. So I would request our team to come on video so that we can recognize you and spotlight you. All right, very nice. So I'm going to remove spotlight from me. All right, team, thank you so much. Dr. Meenakshi is also somewhere here, but she's a little indisposed today, so she probably will not be coming on the video. But thank you, stellar team. I would like to, let's go back to gallery. I would like to thank each and every one of you for, making it a unit of the organization, which has taken ownership of different parts that were required in this whole big endeavor. So my humble thanks to each one of you. And once again, thanks to all the attendees. We look forward to, I do want to say that we had reached out to selected speakers and we had assumed that some of them will not be able to make it. But our good luck, everyone accepted, which is why you are seeing so many speakers. I know there is a suggestion that maybe lesser speakers and more time would have been better. We will take that into account, but this is what has happened, which is a good situation. And I also would like to say that the same speakers have been invited for tomorrow's session. So unfortunately, it is quite full. So unfortunately, we will not be able to add any more attendees to tomorrow's session to make it more efficient. So tomorrow is closed door, but all proceedings will eventually be published. So thank you so much. Stay safe, and a big thank you from the whole organization to everyone. Thank you, Vaidyaji. Thank you so much. And Dr. Vaidyaji has sat through the entire 2 days. That means a lot to us. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the esteemed speakers. Thank you so much. Team, you can stay back and.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the session has ended. Attendees